I've been told you could win an iPad Pro, Apple Watch, DJI Osmo camera, a Nintendo Switch, Ledger wallets, and more. Unfortunately, I have been told I cannot participate, boo, but you can, and you definitely should, so make sure that you register, you find all the details, and take part. Now, the day will be very full. We'll have a number of presentations and panels. We'll have a couple of breaks in the middle, one at 2:55 and one at 4:15. That is assuming I stop talking and let the speakers get on with their job. And then from 6 p.m., we will have some drinks in the other room. So, who's excited? Oh, come on, you can do better. Who's excited? Let me hear it. Okay, let's kick things off with a deep dive on Tezos X, which I'm sure many of you have been following very closely. So please welcome on stage Francois Thierry, Tezos X product manager at Nomadic Labs, with his presentation on native atomic composability.
Right. So, say that you want to build an application on Tezos, right? And maybe you could start with a marketplace on the layer 1. So if you do that, at the moment, you will use a programming language called Michelson, and likely your app will support Tez. But now let's say that actually you want to support more tokens, for example, USDC. And Tezos currently supports USDC using Etherlink. But the thing is, at the moment, your application can't easily use those tokens. The reason is that on the layer 1 and Etherlink, there are two separated chains, and you can't communicate between each other easily, at least without using bridges, which kind of complicates the life of your users. So, if you are a builder on Tezos, you are missing some kind of opportunity. But the problem is not the bridge. The problem is rather the fact that you have two different runtimes running on two different chains. So instead, what if it wasn't true? If we could run in the same chain two different applications using two different runtimes. On one side, EVM, and on the other side, Michelson. And besides, what about if the cause between those applications, your smart contracts, could be made atomic? This is what we built, and this is what I'm going to present. So for those that don't know me already, I'm a product manager for Tezos X, formerly an engineer working at Nomadic Labs for the past 6 years. And I've seen these two worlds living side by side without having the ability to communicate between each other. And this is exactly what we are changing today. So, probably some of you already know a little bit about Tezos X, but here it's an heads up. So Tezos X for execution layer, so a place where we want people to build applications. It will feature two runtimes, as I mentioned, on one side Michelson and EVM, running side by side within the same rollup. And one important criteria we had when we designed that is to make sure that if you come from the EVM ecosystem, or actually the Michelson ecosystem, so what is Tezos Layer 1 today, this execution layer is compatible with both worlds. And the advantage of using a rollup is that actually it can scale. And this is something we already discussed a lot, but for example, you can have high throughput with a very low latency. But supporting two runtimes is only the beginning. And later on, thanks to the current architecture, which is modular, we plan to support other runtimes. So the way we can have that, having applications talking to each other, is not only by having two runtimes running in the same rollup. We need a way to have those applications to talk to each other. What we call what are cross-runtime interactions, and those interactions need to be made atomically in a single transaction. And this is what we call native atomic composability. So if we go back to the marketplace example we had earlier on, how it works. The situation is the following. You have a buyer on one hand that wants to pay an NFT, let's say, with USDC. But on the other side, the seller wants to receive Tez. What we provide using with Tezos X is a way to do that in a single transaction. The buyer will exchange its USDC against Tez using a DEX, for example, on the EVM side. Then this Tez can be transferred cross-runtime in Michelson and can be used to buy the NFT. The fact that it's atomic guarantees you that if something is failing in the middle, everything reverts. So as a builder, you have nothing to take care of. The platform is doing it for you. But let's take the other side now. Let's say now that you want to build on, or you already are building on Etherlink and you are on Tezos X. It works, your application is deployed. But what about users that are not using EVM addresses, like using a Tezos wallet? Thanks to the current architecture, you have the ability to have those users using your application. So you have the ability to have an EVM application today being compatible with Tezos layer 1 addresses. You don't need to change the front end. You don't need to change the contract. It will just work. There's a trick, though, is that we will put this complexity in the tooling, but be reassured, it's not that much complex, and we are already building this tooling, showing that it actually works. So your smart contract doesn't change, and with Tezos X, actually, your user base will grow across the cross-system. But there is another feature, actually, that EVM can borrow features from Michelson. We already know that EVM is a place to be if you want to have DeFi and liquidity. This is the case with Etherlink. But with Michelson, actually, we can make contracts safer and easier to verify. The reason is that from the start, and probably most of you know it already, the design of Michelson was made in a way that it's easy to ensure that your contract just works. We have strong typing, we have tickets, and it was built with formal verification in mind. So actually, Michelson is still a beautiful language. And thanks to Tezos X, it's composable. For example, you can have a Solidity application that will call a Michelson contract directly. There's something called a gateway that I will present later. You don't need to rewrite, you don't need to re-audit your app. Let me share with you an example. We are living in a world with AI agents now, and we are using them in general to do security audits. This is what we did internally. And it was remarkably easy to realize that those agents were able to prove easily some properties for Michelson contract, while it would take hours to ensure that an EVM contract was safe. That's a real case example. And it's not the only one, and actually, later, Jan will mention another use case showing how Michelson is made for that world. So, if you are using an EVM, thanks to Tezos X, formal verification can be a security primitive for you. You don't need to migrate your app, you will extend it. So, this is the only architecture diagram for this talk, a bit technical. So, you have in this diagram two things. First, Tezos X, the execution layer, and Tezos layer 1. Here, because it's a rollup, Tezos X settles on the layer 1, and you have a bridge from the layer 1 to Tezos X. But the important part is the kernel. The kernel defines the logic of your application. And what we did is to have two runtimes within it. On one side, Michelson, where you can do formal verification, for example, and on the other side, EVM, where you will get DeFi, etc. We call it interface here because what we will expose with Tezos X is really one chain with two interfaces. So for RPCs, for example, you will have two sets of RPCs. One for Michelson and one for the EVM part. The way we build the interactions is compound with two components. On one side, we will give you automatically an address. If you're on the Michelson side, you will get an address on the VM side, and vice versa. And on the other side, we have a gateway that provides some kind of abstraction that makes you interact with an EVM contract as if it was a Michelson contract. And it's rather easy, okay? And it's especially atomic. Here is an example of what it could look like. If you are in Lego, which is the example here, if you want to call an EVM contract, it will work in two steps. First steps, you will need to encode the parameters, and we will provide, at the tooling level, an ABI so that you can do that for you, translating types from Michelson to EVM. And once it's done, then you just need to call the gateway as if you were calling a smart contract. And it works. But it's not the only way for you to interact with other contracts. If you need more control, if you want to have your own helper, you can do it. And actually, without going too much into the detail, this is based on another famous protocol called HTTP, and you have the full control on that. Modulo some security features to make sure that it's safe to do that way. We are also working with other companies such as Baking Bad to have day one indexers and explorer to make sure that it's easy for you to build on Tezos X. So the world that we are building is the following one. For your users, they can use the stack they are familiar with. One wallet, no need to have two wallets, but they can use both runtimes. On one side, they have the ability to use Michelson's, and it will give you some kind of formal guarantees. And it will be available to every Solidity DApp. And thanks to the AI agentic world, it's much easier now to have your smart contract formally verified. On the other side, you will have EVM's liquidity that will be available to every Tezos builder. And everything is made in a way that it's atomic so that it's easy to use. So it's not science fiction. We are already testing this. We plan to release this testnet in April 2026, so in about a month or less. And we plan to have to submit to the community Tezos X as a vote an Etherlink upgrade for production by the end of Q2. So now that we have built the primitive, the question is, what will you do with it? Thank you. So I don't know for questions, but we have time, I believe.
Hello, thank you, Francois. Are there any questions for Francois? Anyone? Please don't be shy. Okay, maybe I'm going to ask you something. In terms of native atomic composability, how much of this is actually a UX breakthrough versus a technical one?
It's actually both. I think if you ask engineers 6 months ago, what would be the technical challenge, they wouldn't know. Because 6 months ago, the design wasn't clear yet. And it was a big deal internally to have the right design. But at the same side, that this design shows that having the right design at the kernel level doesn't give you the right UX. And so this is why we need to work hand by hand with the tooling providers, so indexers, wallets, etc., to make sure that at the end of the day, we have the right UX level for our users. So it's really both.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Francois. I have to say, I understood about 75% of this. I'm not technical, so I'm very proud of it. Again, thank you, Francois, again. Now we'll switch gears and talk about staking. As you know, there are many approaches to staking, and the next presentation is going to focus on the architecture of a canonical liquid staking token. What does that mean exactly? How does it work? So please, let's welcome on stage Mathieu Bourgoin, staff engineer at Nomadic Labs.
Hello, so I'm Matthias from Nomadic, and today I will talk about staking, but staking as an infrastructure, and more precisely the liquid staking token that we are building in the protocol itself, and how it's architectured and how you can use it soon, I guess. So as with all other staking blockchains, and in particular, so with Tezos, we have direct staking that already exists, that allows any staker to participate in the whole governance mechanism by selecting a baker through which it can stake its funds. The stake is illiquid once it's staked, but we have full sovereignty over the selection of the baker, the full process of the staking. It's simple. There is no smart contract, no operator. Everything is handled by the staker and by the protocol. We have a second alternative that already exists, which is to use a private liquid staking token through which you gain some liquidity, because most of the time the solution is to use a smart contract to transform your tokens staked into tradable tokens that are liquid. And this allows to use those tokens through DeFi, but it's operator managed and using a smart contract, which can have some risks, and we will discuss that in a moment. And then we have what we propose now, which is a canonical liquid staking token. So it's something that is embedded in the protocol to have liquidity, but so liquidity through a tradable token, the staked Tez, STez, without any operator, without any smart contract running. It's all handled by the protocol and managed directly by the staker. So why do we want this kind of infrastructure in the protocol? As I said, mainly because we consider that direct staking is optimal, but some people may need liquidity, in particular to use their token through DeFi. And we consider that only the protocol can give guarantee and guarantee neutrality of the usage of the system. So as I said, through private LST, there is an operator, there is a smart contract that can be upgraded by this operator. Through canonical LST, there is no operator. The risk is handled by the protocol itself. The governance, the upgradability is handled by the protocol, and we consider that it mitigates, removes even the risk completely, this neutrality risk. And it's not a competitor to private LST, or at least we don't consider it that way, because private operators can still build their systems and provide some very specific dedicated UX that may be better for some kind of DeFi integration. And they can also build on top of the canonical LST new features, new tools, new products. So let's go a bit into the mechanism itself. So canonical LST is based on the accrual model, which is quite simple, as you can see. Here we have everything that is running following this exchange rate equation. The exchange rate is very simple. It's the total amount of Tez in the ledger divided by the total amount of staked Tez in circulation. So this means that, for instance, when you have some rewards accrued to the system, to the ledger, the staking rewards increase accordingly. If a slashing event occurs, the total amount of Tez will reduce, and the exchange rate will be reducing accordingly too. And the total amount of Tez in circulation is only modified when there is a deposit or redemption of token by a staker. So let's go a bit more into the mechanism itself. So we have this system enshrined in the protocol, and if you are a staker, you can, as you would through any FA2 contract, deposit some Tez into a contract, something that looks like a contract but is actually embedded in the protocol. And when you do that, you have automatically some STEs that are minted and accrued to the ledger, to the wallet of the staker, and the Tez that are added to the ledger of the system. This Tez, this ledger, is used to and is allocated across the bakers that participate in the whole system through protocol managed parameters. At some point, if a staker wants to redeem some STs that it can have minted itself or exchange outside of the system, as it could with any FA2 fungible token, once it does that, it will automatically trigger a non-stake request, which will transfer the Tez into the frozen mechanism. And after some freezing period, which is very similar to what we already do with direct staking, the Tez will be transferred back to the wallet of the staker that did the unstaking. So let's discuss a bit about the allocation of stake for the baker. So as I said, it's deterministic, it's on-chain, it's handled by the protocol with protocol parameters. Still, bakers can declare some parameters themselves, some fee and capacity, and we want to ensure that everything is capped to ensure that no baker can get the control of the whole system, and to ensure also that there is still some room for direct staking and other solutions for staking that may exist. As I said before, there is a slashing mechanism that is socialized through the exchange rate. We won't punish a single staker through slashing. It's shared among all the participants of the system. And as I said before, there is no upgrade of the system that can go without a governance vote, because the system itself is part of the protocol. So as anything in the protocol in Tezos, if you want to update it, you have to go through the amendment, through an amendment proposal and the governance vote. So in the end, the only privileged actor of the canonical LST is the protocol itself. And through it, of course, all the bakers, all the actors of the Tezos ecosystem that participate in the governance process. As we've seen before, the accrual model is very simple, and this is very important because this opens these systems to institutional adoption. Everything is computable through two values, the number of Tez in the system, in the ledger, and the number of STs actually minted. And this is accessible directly through the chain without the need of any oracle. And with it, you can have the net asset value of the token at any time easily computable. Also, there is no regular airdrops of tokens. Everything is handled in the system through this exchange rate, which means that it's very simple to use this system for tax declaration, etc. And as I said before, the contract, the interface that is used to handle the stake is completely compatible with FA2.1, which means that it's a standard in a Tezos ecosystem, and it can be used with any tool, any wallet that is compatible with FA2. So we think that this very simple design is what opens canonical LST to more adoption, and in particular institutional adoption, where simplicity and standard accounting is important. So where are we in this project, and when can you try and use it? So currently we are preparing a testnet that should be live very soon, and will be open to everyone to test as a staker or as a baker. We hope to have everything ready and activated with protocol V, which we expect to see in September. We have some formal verification of the invariant of the system and the compatibility with FA 2.1 that are being worked on currently. There is a white paper also that you can download and read if you want more details about the system, so don't hesitate to flash the QR code. And there are some discussions ongoing. So as I said, we hope to have it active for Protocol V, which means that there is still some time to adapt some parameters in particular. And there is some decisions to take. So there are some discussions already on Tezos Agora. And I invite you, if you're interested into the staking, in the mechanism, in the governance in general, to join those discussions, to participate, to give us your feedback, because there are still some decisions in the parameters at least, and maybe more, to make. In particular, we need to decide the caps, the unbonding duration, if we want stakers to be able to participate in voting or not, things like that. So for all these decisions, all these discussions, please join Tezos Agora, give us your feedback, and as with everything that is Tezos related, even if the feature is live, we can still discuss, we can still improve it, we can still amend it with the next protocol. So, of course, this is a project of a whole team. I'm just a small actor in this team. So thanks to this team. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate.
Amazing, thank you. I do have a question, probably I'll kick off the Q&A. Do you think that every major chain will eventually need a protocol level liquid staking token?
I think if they want neutrality, they should. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, let me just go around and pass the microphone.
Hello. So could you elaborate on the socialized slashing? Like, does that mean that everyone will share in a slashing penalty if one staker misbehaves?
Yes, exactly.
So everyone participating in the liquid staking protocol will share a slashing?
Yes, exactly. But if you remember, a few protocols ago, we have introduced adaptive slashing. So in general, slashing is very rare first. And it should be a very small amount that is slashed anyway, unless it's a collision of stakers or some actors with very large amount of stake that is slashed. And in this case, this is clearly an attack, or looks like an attack, and the slashing can be more important.
Thank you.
I kind of know this work, but maybe you could say a few words about the invariance, the formal verification that is ongoing?
Not so much. I'm not completely aware of this full work. I know that in particular, what is checked. So what I know is that the FA 2.1 compliance is checked. For the invariant in particular, I don't know yet. But yeah. Sorry.
Any more questions? Probably not. Well, thank you, Matthias. Okay. Next, we're going deeper into DeFi. Specifically, what happens when you take a transaction latency from around 500 milliseconds to under 50? It's a huge leap forward, and it opens a world of opportunities. So joining us, we'll have a panel. Joining us will be Alex Skeen, Technical Partnership Manager at Trilitech, moderating the panel, Sylvain Ribstein, Software Engineer at Nomadic Labs, and Dimitri Kovalevsky, founder of the DEX Angie.
Hello, everybody. So my name's Alex Skeen. I'm a technical partnership manager, actually product manager for Etherlink. So we're here to talk about how Etherlink is now super fast for latency in a bit more detail. So do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Hey, I'm Dimitri, founder of Hanji. So we have been building in Tezos ecosystem for quite some time. And Hanji is fully on-chain spot club DEX. live on Etherlink and some other EVM chains. And yeah, excited to be here.
And hi, I'm Sylvain, software engineer at Nomadic Labs. I've been there for the last couple of years, and particularly working on the layer 2 space from smart rollup to Etherlink now.
Cool, thanks. So, I mean, can you give me like a 30-second sort of quick thing? What is an instant confirmation? What does it actually mean?
So, sure. So, user interaction with EVM chain is you submit a transaction, wait for a block to pick it up, and then get the receipt of that transaction. In Etherlink, that workflow is less than a second, about 500 milliseconds. And with Etherlink, with instant confirmation, we were able to reduce that to 50 milliseconds. This feature is already live on Etherlink since January. And currently, for any users to get that kind of latency, they just need to run a node, enable the feature, run a node close to the sequencer. This is important for the latency, network latency, and enable that feature and use the available API.
Cool. I mean, you and I, we talked at this time last year. We talked about instant confirmations. About, you know, can you remember the conversation, the sort of things, why it was important to you, and what it meant for Hanji?
Yeah, I think I was pitching this thing last year. Basically, it's super important for on-chain trading and for market making. Basically, the faster the chain is, the faster you know that your transaction landed. Means that the faster you know it, the less risk is for you. Because if, for example, if you quote some asset pair, and there is like 1 second or 500 milliseconds where you don't know if your transaction succeeded or not, then you need to factor this into the spreads you quote because there is significant uncertainty. Basically, market can move in any direction in these 500 milliseconds. And so you need to quote wider. And as soon as we are able to make this distance in time as small as possible, so about 50 milliseconds currently, then we ultimately allow our market makers to quote tighter, and so we get better liquidity and better spreads for the users.
Cool. And it's something you spotted straight away, that an opportunity, right? That we can make use of this.
Yeah, I think because back then most focus probably was on throughput, but actually throughput is, I think, to a high degree kind of solved, because if you look at throughput numbers that chains advertise and the actual throughput that we see in like block explorers, we usually have like 10 to 100x more throughput available that is actually used, while latency is actually critical because latency affects trading every day and affects the liquidity of the assets.
Cool, yeah. And you know, instant confirmations is something we built because we asked for from users, and I guess it's just part of a wider system of a lot of changes which have been going on, improvements in Etherlink and on the EVM side as a whole.
Yeah, so what is nice actually with instant confirmation, it's as it's not directly linked to the runtime that is used, it's a feature built mostly on the node part and interaction between nodes. It's going well with the Tezos X project and in that roadmap, and we are just a neat work to done from making it available as day one on Tezos X, and it's going to be available on day one of Tezos X.
Cool. And I mean, instant confirmations is not, I guess, a very new. Quite a few other chains have been talking about reducing latency as well. I think flash blocks was from Base was one of them.
Yeah. So flash blocks, Base flash block and Etherlink instant confirmation has the same goal but a different approach. So Base worked at the level of block by submitting slice of the block every 200 milliseconds to be consolidated into a block every 2 seconds. Whereas with Etherlink, we work at the level of the transaction by making the sequencer commit to any transaction it's going to include in the next block, broadcast that, And so any node that follows the sequencer can execute the transaction that is going to be included. So we measure 50 milliseconds for execution on the local node for a block that is going to be created in the next 500 milliseconds.
Cool. And first come first, it's first come first served as well compared to like
yeah.
I think it's gas auctions on Base, right?
So one of the big difference with Base is the way transactions are ordered, where, for example, for Base, they order transaction per gas consumption and with a priority fee. So small transaction with high priority is going to be included first into the block, where in Etherlink we had fair in mind and we chose first come first serve process. So the sequencer is going to include any transaction in the orders it receives.
So I mean, does Hanji take, is first come first served as important, or is it this raw speed, which is to you the most important one? Or
I mean, reduced latency is most important, I think. But yeah, first come first served is also interesting. I just wonder if you can go around it if you send a lot of transactions. So sort of you get similar effect to priority fees.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was quite. I remember during the engineering, it was quite technically. Was it technically quite hard to do? Were there any speed bumps along the way? What was the hardest thing you found to do?
Yeah, maybe the other thing is hardest thing. I think it's so Etherlink is one sequencer, multiple followers, and is to make sure to have no divergence between the way the sequencer executes the block and the way the followers execute them. So with instant confirmation, the sequencer is still executing the transaction as a block at once, whereas followers are going to receive transaction one by one, so execute them incrementally. This part was actually hard to get to make sure there was no divergence between the view of the observer and the view of the sequencer.
Cool. Yeah, that sounds tricky, right? And, we made it in the end, right? And I think it's been quite successful. We've seen, I mean, we did a demo and it was taking like 20 milliseconds. If you're this close to the sequencer in Tokyo, it's quite fast, right?
Yeah, it's really fast now to execute your transaction, to have the receipt of your transaction.
Cool. So what does it mean for Hanji users now that 50 milliseconds is there ready for you? Does it change the needle anymore? Does it make?
So we're currently working on incorporating these changes into our stack. So we are investing effort in making our APIs more reliable, and eventually it should affect our market maker partners so that they can quote faster and more reliable on our DEX. So
does it mean better prices or?
Yeah. At the end of the day, it means better prices. So that's the only way users can see it actually. Another small stuff for users is that for 500 millisecond block, all events happen in batches for 500 milliseconds, and it may look less less continuous, so to speak. Even though user front end usually has additional delay, so it's less critical to be 50 milliseconds fast. Still, it can affect UX, I think.
Yeah, cool. What else can we do with them? What we know from what other use cases are there that we have in mind for instant confirmations?
So, for a user to wait a couple of seconds to make a payment, it's not an issue. But for NG, it's important. Yeah. And I would say another use case would be in gaming, where you have a lot of inputs coming at once and where you have to react really fast to any of those inputs. Having any latency is going to break the player workflow and going to be annoying and make the game not really nice.
Yeah, I guess you can imagine with this AI, now you can have interactions on chain on Etherlink and get responses back.
Yeah,
much quicker,
for sure.
Right? So I think it unlocks a huge amount of other things. And do you think you could do anything else with it? Are there any new DeFi primitives we could use using the reduced latency?
I think it's mainly about trading and quoting quoting quality, so it's probably less like different features, but more than working deeply into one direction, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's important that right now Etherlink is one of the fastest chains out there to trade and to build trading-related products.
That sounds good. So, you know, from, I guess, what comes next for the feature? You know, how do we? It's probably a question for me, right? Because I'm the product manager. But from the implementation side, what's left to do on the feature?
First is to enable it by default for all nodes to have that feature. So public endpoint will have it available and everything like this. And then extend the API available that can use that the incremental state actually. So any Ethereum RPCs that we support that can have that have in interest of having the incremental state will have the possibility to query it. And we are another part we want to work on is we currently have benchmark 95% of the transaction under 50 milliseconds, and we just want to get to 99. So have a nice number with that target.
That's cool. And you've mentioned implementing it, the main features to get it for end users. So what's next for Hanji other than that? Oh.
I think an important part is once you have this good latency, you can actually build more complex products. For spot trading, it's probably it's good to have as low latency as possible, but still you can live. With slower latency. I mean, we saw that slower chains also have spot trading, but like for leverage trading, for perp trading, that's low latency is especially critical because you need to be able to handle much higher volumes, and you also need to be able to handle liquidations on time. So that's really important, and we're also looking into this direction later this year.
Cool, thanks. And if you want to start using the feature now, what do you have to do? Other than go read the documentation, and what's the easiest way to get started?
The documentation is an important part, but there is just a flag to add into the configuration of running node, and with that, with a node that you run, and with that you can use either currently draft Ethereum RPC called send raw transaction sync that will give you the transaction of the receipt of the transaction you just submit, or use any. We have implemented 2 WebSocket stream, and you can use any of the 2 to get the feature, instant confirmation feature.
Cool. If you have, I think, is there anything else you want to add? Any last minutes? Any thoughts?
I just say that it's really convenient. We can just send raw transaction sync and get a response immediately. You don't have to poll every time and wonder what happened with your transaction. So yeah, it's just also better UX, I think.
Cool. All right. Thanks very much. Do we have any
Amazing.
questions?
Do we have questions from the audience? Yes, one here.
Hi, I have a question regarding the competition with centralized exchanges. For now, they still capture a vast majority of the volumes compared to DEXs. How much do you think this instant confirmation allows you to attract those volumes from centralized exchanges?
So I think it really helps with UX challenges. So previously, like speed was a high blocker, I'd say. So now I think with fast confirmations, speed is actually on par with centralized exchanges. I mean, it's not on par, technically, but we see that some other perp dexes which have similar latency, like Hyperliquid, for example, so I think they have 200 millisecond block or something like this. They are able to compete with the Tezos, and so I think speed is no longer a blocker for Etherlink dexes.
Nice. I actually do have a question. How fast or how low do you think we can actually go?
So just to explain a bit, maybe the benchmark, we run the best benchmark in a VM with a node close to the sequencer. And on that benchmark, we were able to monitor ERC20 transfers, so classic transaction. And about 80% of them was 20 to 30 milliseconds. So, and that time is mainly processes, so there is almost no network latency. And we'll see if we can go lower than that, but it's actually already impressive, I think.
Almost real time. Fantastic. Brilliant. Any more questions from the audience? Anyone? If not, I think we can wrap it up. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Really a great conversation. Thank you. We're going to have a short break now. We're actually on time. I'm very surprised. Coffee and refreshments are in the next room. If you haven't checked out the stands, please, now is your time. Please go and do it. And I will see you back at 3:05. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Tezos Explained. I'm here with Tezos co-founder Arthur Brightman. Today we're going to be going through Etherlink, going through some use cases, trade-offs, and sort of looking forward to the road ahead. So Arthur, you've explored scaling across blockchains for years. Was there a particular insight that made Etherlink the right direction going forward?
Initially, I was quite focused on state channel type of solution. So the most popular state channel that's known is something like the Lightning Network, but it's not capital efficient. There's a lot of games you can play as well with smart contracts in a state channel. That's an interesting way to scale. Plasma was an extension of state channels. I got a bit interested in that, but I was a sharding skeptic as well for a very long time, because looking at the sharding solution from Ethereum, none of them seemed to really hold water. Like, it wasn't even clear what they were proposing. My first idea around scaling was in 2017. I published a blog post where I proposed something like validity rollups. So the idea is using zero-knowledge proofs, not for privacy, but for scaling. It's an idea that's since then proven extremely popular. So I had this in the corner of my mind. And then around 2021, two things became clear to me. One was that there was a clear way of doing sharded data availability with error correcting code. And you could pair that with the validity rollups. But then on top of that, you also had the concept of an optimistic rollup, which are much more compute efficient than validity rollup, but still provide excellent security guarantees. So when all of this came together, I was like, okay, now scaling is solved. After that, it's just been about implementing it.
And what are some of the technical challenges in terms of implementation of the technology?
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and also like you're doing very security critical work. So you can't afford to have bugs. There's a lot of complexity in the logic for it. In the zero-knowledge rollup, the validity rollup, you have to deal with complicated cryptographic primitives. So those can be quite hard to implement, but then you can test them very thoroughly. And also for your security, you only depend on the security of your verifier, which can be much simpler. Then you have to care about the security of your circuit. That can be quite difficult. But once you're there, you're there. You don't have complicated state management and logic. Optimistic rollup is the opposite. There's no complicated cryptography about it, but there's a lot of edge cases and state and like thinking about a game and all that. So that can be quite tricky to implement. You need to have virtual machines, you need to think about gas, you need to think about a lot of things. It's quite a bit of work.
So bringing it back to Etherlink, from a developer or user perspective, what are some of the new capabilities does Etherlink enable that weren't possible on Tezos L1?
Mostly acting as the EVM compatibility layer. There's a whole ecosystem now of tools and middleware that basically can just plug in any EVM chain. So being an EVM chain brings you a lot of benefits from this perspective. You get access to bridges, you get access to custodians, centralized exchanges, wallets, all of that. So unlocking that is a massive benefit, and it's something that a lot of developers want to have. It's also the case that a lot of developers today start by building in Solidity or for an Ethereum type of environment, and then choose a chain to deploy on later in the process. So being able to come and say, hey, you can deploy on Tezos by using Etherlink is a much better value prop than saying, hey, wouldn't you like to rewrite your entire code base to deploy on Tezos?
So there's been an ongoing debate amongst the community. Does Etherlink compete with Tezos, or is it complementary? And how do you sort of frame that relationship both strategically and technically?
Tezos and EtherLink are not competing with each other. And also there's not Tezos and EtherLink. EtherLink is just a part of Tezos. EtherLink is the name of the VM compatibility layer for Tezos. If you're using EtherLink, you're using Tez. You're relying on the security of the Tezos blockchain. You're paying for gas using Tez. You're paying for transaction inclusion using Tez. Yeah, it's a part of Tezos. It has a brand because people like new stuff. Yeah. And so if you give them new stuff, it's like, EtherLink, it's new, come and check it out.
So what impact could EtherLink have on bringing liquidity and rebuilding a strong DeFi layer on Tezos?
For a while, I think there was not a clear strategy around DeFi, and EtherLink was a good opportunity to bring more DeFi. One of the things that EtherLink brings that's quite important is low latency. You get your confirmation for your transaction in less than 1 second, and that has proven to be a key part, really, really important part of DeFi. People do not want to wait 20 seconds to see their transaction being included or finalized. They just want to be able to trade quite quickly. That's been very, very important, and that's something that EtherLink can offer. There's plans to release TezLink, which offers some Michelson and Tezos compatibility, which will also come with a sub-millisecond latency. But for now, if you want the sub-second latency on Tezos, that's EtherLink, and that's where it makes most sense for the DeFi to live. It's also the case that a lot of protocols exist on many chains, a lot of bridges exist on many chains, a lot of aggregators exist on many chains. You want to be able to tap into all of that environment. So for all these reasons, it makes a lot of sense to make a concentrated push for DeFi on EtherLink.
So what are the significance of fast withdrawals for moving assets from EtherLink to Tezos, and how does that sort of open up a new layer of interoperability and UX for the chain?
So the fast withdrawal will mostly work for its fungible tokens. I think it gives people the confidence that they can mint their token on the Tezos L1 and then bridge them over to EtherLink for usage, rather than necessarily create them straight on EtherLink, because they know that they'll have a convenient way of bringing them back quickly if need be, and then the two can be arbitraged fairly efficiently. I still think it makes a lot of sense for assets which are minted to be minted on L1 and then bridge over, because it gives you the possibility to really quickly dispatch. So if you're going to have a hub and spoke type of model, you kind of want your hub to be on L1.
Final question: looking forward in sort of 2 to 3 years, what do you envision as some of the most impactful use cases for EtherLink?
I think it's important to be open to anything that's going to come. There's some applications coming to EtherLink I'm excited about. There's a marketplace for compute for generating AI art. That's quite interesting coming up. One area I've been focusing on is using DeFi for real stuff as opposed to DeFi for DeFi's sake. Using DeFi for uranium trading, for example, is super interesting. So yeah, this kind of marriage between DeFi but actual meaningful finance.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Tezos Explained. We are joined today by Ben Elvich. He is the product lead for Uranium.io.
Thank you very much for having me. Looking forward to the conversation.
Well, let's dive right into it. So can you tell me more about Uranium? There's been a recent surge of interest. Can you tell me more about what's driving it?
Everyone sees the need for greater energy security, but also more power needs. A lot of things that are driving society are power intensive, and certainly now we see with AI as well, increased demand for power. And I think if you want that combined with clean energy, nuclear is the only proven solution. Therefore, if you want to have more nuclear capacity, you actually need a large stock of uranium to do that, because uranium is the base material from which nuclear fuel is created, which then powers nuclear reactors. And so naturally, with increased demand and appetite for nuclear power, you see increased demand for uranium, which makes the market super interesting.
Why is retail access to uranium been so difficult?
It's a market that historically, until we launched in December of 2024, that's only been traded in terms of the physical material over the counter or OTC. And because of that, the lot sizes in terms of minimum amounts that can be traded have been very high. Typically that's about £100,000 in weight, which at current spot price is between $7.5 and $8 million, which for most people is pretty inaccessible, not just in retail investors, but also smaller hedge funds and professional investors as well. The other option would be to invest in one of the listed vehicles. These are closed-ended investment trusts, and they typically trade at a discount to the actual underlying asset value of the uranium held. We think that through tokenization, not only do you reduce the operational burdens and the capital barriers, but you also get a more effective exposure over the long term to the underlying asset if you're looking to invest in uranium.
Maybe for those who just joined us or are just learning about this topic, you could explain a little bit what uranium is and what uranium IO is, what XU308 is.
XU308 represents beneficial ownership of the physical uranium. So if you own, let's say, £500 in weight equivalent in XU308 tokens, you could actually take physical delivery of that, which is very different to a lot of typical approaches to tokenization, at least historically, where different vehicles and entities would be created and different assets essentially that would reference the price. What we've done is use blockchain technology and infrastructure to improve the market and how the market operates rather than creating a new asset. If participants in the market have surplus inventory of uranium, they haven't got enough to trade in those minimum lot sizes, they can actually use our capability to tokenize it and free up that capital, and they can hold on to that uranium, they can sell some of it or all of it, and they can also use it to borrow against and use that as collateral, which again creates more capital efficiency.
Now that you mentioned it, tell me more about borrowing against XU308. So there was a recently announcement coming from Uranium IO mentioning Morpho, mentioning Oku.
I think it's super important because we're moving a market that has gone from being only traded over the counter. The first phase is creating a more transparent and efficient spot market. And then how do you make capital allocation and people investing in uranium have even greater efficiencies by using all the benefits of being on blockchain rails to enable people to use the uranium they hold, that as collateral, and borrow USDC against it, meaning they can take advantage of short-term investment opportunities whilst also retaining the longer-term exposure to uranium. You don't have to miss out on other short-term opportunities that you may want to invest in. You can actually do both now with this capability through Morpho and Oku.
And can you tell me more about the reasoning behind Morpho? Why was Morpho chosen for this?
Yeah, I think Morpho was chosen because they've sort of proven themselves as a leader really in that peer-to-peer lending protocol. So it was really two reasons. One, they're established and open source and audited, and that's great from a security and reliability perspective. And two, it was just seamless and very easy to do. So that also meant that it was not a huge resource lift on our side as well. Essentially took care of all the hard work and all the thinking, and we were able to really configure that to meet our needs in the specific use case of uranium.
And can you tell me more about how Oku fits into all of this?
So Oku is the front end. So when you go to uranium.io, you go to the borrow section and then you actually click the button to start the borrowing process. That front end is Oku, and Oku has built what we consider to be a really good UI for people to access the underlying capability and contract that Morpho have. Everything we're doing on uranium.io is to make investing in uranium and interacting with the uranium market as seamless as possible.
Tell me more about Tezos Layer 2. What makes it a good choice for tokenization?
The Tezos Layer 2, so Etherlink, was really important, and it has been a great platform for us to build this on, because to reach the scale we want to reach, we need something that is low cost, will scale with us seamlessly, and is very reliable. And Etherlink so far has ticked all of those boxes, from speed,
all right,
low fees.
Hello, Aaron, where are you going? Okay, we just lost our moderator, so good luck to us. Welcome back. I hope you're all hydrated and caffeinated and ready for the next part of TezDev 2026. So we're going now to talk about one of the most discussed topics in crypto right now, intense and cross-chain infrastructure. There's a lot of happening here. There's a lot of noise too, and this panel will be a great opportunity to cut through it and understand exactly what's working today. So I would like to welcome Aaron Mallet, Senior Growth Manager at Trilitech. Oh, I see you wanted to do the big entry. Then we have on the panel Anastasia Kondorova, DeFi Technical Lead at Trilitech, and Alessandro Losi, Senior Product Manager at Dune. Let's give it up for the panel.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the intro. We're here to discuss intense RFQs and the future of bridging. I think it would be good to probably start with a bit of intros. I know that we just had one quickly, but Anastasia, how about you kick it off?
Sure. So currently I work at Tech, but I was around Tezos ecosystem for like 7 years already, building decentralized exchange, lending, farms, different DeFi primitives for Tezos L1. Yeah, that's pretty much about me.
And then we've also got Alessandra from Dune.
Yeah, and I'm a product manager in the data team at Dune. So Dune is a data analytics company supporting like a 100 plus blockchains, and what my team does is working on the data in, so working with the different blockchains to ingest the data, and then everything that happens in the backend so that you guys can query the data easily.
Amazing. Well, I think before we get into intents and RFQs, it'd be good to understand sort of like the basics and the background of bridging and sort of how do we get to where we are right now. So, Alessandro, how did swaps and bridging work before intents, and what was broken about it?
Yeah, I think that we've come a long way in crypto. So I think we started the pioneers of like swaps. We had back in the day like Ether Delta and 0x that tried to replicate like a central limit order book model that was already present on traditional markets and bringing it to crypto. But of course, like being the early days and not many participants or like sophisticated participants being in the market, we created like liquidity problems, and then liquidity brings with like very expensive for the users to transact. And then there was Uniswap, as we all know, that pioneered the very well known like AMM model, where you don't trade against other people, but you have like a deterministic formula that tells you exactly how much you are getting of a token given the liquidity in the liquidity pool. I think that worked very well and still works for a lot of the cases, but then especially given like the fragmentation that crypto has seen with many different blockchain layers and many different tokens, it's hard to get the same type of performance there for all across the spectrum. And that's, I think, where this has brought to now developing intents. And bridging, I think the most known model was the lock and mint. So you want to bring token to another blockchain, you lock them into a smart contract, and this protocol mint this token on the other layer for you. I think the idea was efficient at the beginning maybe, but it created a lot of security problems, and there have been many popular hacks that made a loss in the billions of dollars for this type of bridges. So that's definitely required a new mental model to pass on that.
Yeah, definitely. Anastasia, are there any charts that you can sort of run us through?
Actually, yes, there is one. Here we can see that Warhol was one of the biggest DEXs, one of the biggest breaches at some point of time. But then, because of the hacks and because the market needed a new model, we can see that TVL on such mint, lock and mint breach has dropped significantly somewhere in 2022.
And then, would you say, like, at the time, could the protocol sort of tell that a lot of the volume was fake or manipulated, or was it more around it became clearer in hindsight?
I think at the point when airdrop hunting started, somewhere in 2023, it was visible that there is a lot of fake volume. But on the other hand, despite its bad activity and its abusing of the system and its abusing of the protocols who want to try to distribute their tokens fairly, there was a good thing that their infrastructure was stress tested, and it became clear that something is wrong with the current bridging systems, mint, lock and mint, and also pool-based bridges were not good enough. And that's why some protocols, something like Acros, started to think about better models. and started to think about intents. I have a few charts here too. Here we can see layer 0 messaging, amount of messages that happened on layer 0 in different period of times, and we can see a huge spike on 2023 because of the airdrops, and everyone was hoping to get layer 0 token first. Same we can see with other bridges, I guess, that the users and the daily transaction on, what's that? Orbiter. Yeah, and same for Starknet, somewhere in 2023. And same here for the base bridge. So the pattern is quite clear, I guess.
Thank you. I guess let's jump into intents. So, Alessandro, how would you explain an intent in one sentence?
I think that intents can be summarized as you tell the system what you want to get, and you don't have to worry about how to get it. So what happens under the hood.
Yeah. And Anastasia, what does the user actually sign? So like, what does the message look like under the hood, if you will?
So basically, user says the amount that he wants to exchange, and he specifies the limit, like what price will be fine for him. Like he would not agree to pay a bit more than this, and basically, he just requests a quote, and there are solvers who suggest prices, and the best one is just executed. This approach came from TradFi. RFQ model existed there for a very long time, and it fits perfectly to crypto.
Yeah, you just touched on RFQs. What does RFQ mean?
RFQ is request for quote, which basically means the user specifies what he wants, and in TradFi there are dealers. In case of crypto, it's solvers who provide a quote for user. They probably know the best venues where they can buy this asset for the user, and they add some margin on top of it, so they make money out of spread.
Okay. Alessandro, so obviously with an AMM, the trade moves the price against you in real time. How does the RFQ solve that specifically for the new bridging systems?
I think that for bridges specifically, like you with a solver, you can tell them where you want to have your funds, like how much and where in what chain, and basically they front the tokens for you on the other chain, and basically they just worry about the settlement themselves in the backend. And this is very easy to say, but it requires like a pretty sophisticated actors that need to run expensive infrastructure and strategies across multiple chains and multiple protocols. So I think that we have been in the right moment in time where our space has matured and has attracted or has developed internally, like participants that became very sophisticated and able to do this type of service for the user, because you can say is a new type of like an intermediary that helps you to have a better quote on your activities.
Okay. And Anastasia, would you say it's a healthy open market, or is it dominated by a couple of firms?
Unfortunately, I have to say that it's dominated by a few participants or a few solvers, and these solvers can be the same on a few protocols. It could be different on different protocols. The thing is, for example, on the if you can look at this chart, which shows solvers on CoffSwap, and we can see that one of their solvers receives like 40% of the whole volume, and they fill most of their requests. Same we can say for Acros, same we can say for Near, for example. So that's mostly the problem, because when there are only few dominated solvers, it means that users sometimes do not really receive the best quote, but rather what the market can suggest. The reason why it happens is that, for example, Acros requires you to stake tokens to be eligible for solving. Same for example, 1inch Fusion. They also require you to hold some governance token for that. And some protocols just require you to be waitlisted. So that's the reason. Near tried to solve it because anyone can join Near Intents and to become a solver. But still there are parties who have more liquidity. Maybe they negotiated some better rates on centralized exchanges for them, and they just win most of the cases.
So Alessandro, like the old bridge model had smart contract risk. You could audit the code. Would you say currently the solver concentration risk is more or less visible to users?
I think that it's an evolution, so it has solved some of the problems, like inherently smart contract risk, but it has taken now the user has some counterparty risk sometime, and I think particularly, so in a pure smart contract world, like both AMM and bridges, you can be sure that smart contracts are active like 24/7 and they go automatically. So even if you want to fill an order that you maybe don't get the best price, but you're sure that, mostly sure that you get your orders filled. But when there is a counterparty, then there is always some uncertainty, especially I think in times of, say, distressed moment where there might be some swift market moves or parts where maybe the counterparty is busy to manage their position and they kind of overlook like the solver activity. I think that can create some problem for the user that might not be able to fill their orders. So I believe that maybe like an hybrid, having these two ways that coexist can give the user the level of sophistication that they want while using the intent model, and then you still have to rely on the AMM or other bridges in case of that the other part doesn't work, let's say.
I think the other problem is that some tokens are not very liquid and they are not very trusted by solvers, and that's why solvers may not have the capital in these assets and they may not be able to provide best rates for the user. And specifically, it's a problem with the new chains where liquidity is lower, the trust of the chain is lower, and it could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you just touched on the cold start problem. I think also, just looking at RFQs in general, like where would you say this model breaks down for both users and also solvers as well?
I think I raised kind of few things already. That's when we have chains that are new and they don't have a lot of liquidity there, and solvers have to trust these chains to hold their capital, or they need to find good places to hedge. Other thing is when it's a token, this is not very liquid. Stress on the market, as it was already mentioned.
Yeah. Or maybe like a too large of an order. So you have a situation where maybe the solver doesn't have the inventory to fill all your order, and that can be problematic as well.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, Intents best works for mid-sized trades rather than super small or super big.
I think touching on Near Intents, so they went from 0 to about $6 billion in volume in 2025. What would you say actually drove that?
That's a nice question. I think they were lucky to be in time with their solution when the hype around privacy tokens started, and they were integrated into Zcash wallet. And if we look at the charts here, we can see that somewhere in the summer, one of the biggest assets traded on Near Intents was Zcash, and they generated most of the volume. Later, since they kickstarted well, more solvers started to join and provide good rates for other chains. And basically, they were one of the first who started to support native Bitcoin. They started to support Tron. And that was their main advantage at that point of time. If we look at the data right now, we see that the distribution of assets shifted, and most of the assets that are traded are stablecoins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and very small portion on Zcash.
Honestly, also great for Dune to be providing the data as well. In terms of, Alessandro, would you say, is this a replicable playbook? So to find an undeserved asset with a captive user base and sort of build around it? And like, would you say that's a good strategy for other protocols to follow?
I think it depends. I think some of the, maybe I talk about like a blockchains that is more the blockchains that are left out sometimes are harder for non-EVMs chain that to source, because even for a solver, like you need to build the proper infrastructure with the proper like smart contract and everything on the blockchain. So that's also why NEAR became popular, like unifying many, like supporting many non-EVMs chain. And yeah, I think in general, finding a niche of users that you want to target, I think it's always a strategy that at work, and then you can expand from there once that you have established a solid base.
Okay. And then sort of wrapping up now, I guess. So, you know, we jumped 5 years into the future. Would you say the average person knows what a bridge is, or has bridging sort of become invisible for most users?
I'm pretty sure it will be super invisible for the users. For example, when we use our cards to pay for the things, or when we send SWIFT, we don't really care what happens under the hood. It's just an infrastructure that runs on its own, and we don't really think on what's going on, how my euro is sent to, I don't know, some bank in US and switches to USD. So I think it will be super invisible for the users. Maybe it's not going to happen in 5 years. Maybe we need more time. But as long as more people start to using crypto, more institutionals join, maybe more banks adopt digital currencies, we will see a big shift on making the bridging invisible for the end user.
And Alessandro?
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I would say that also maybe in the future, even user will not be able to do transaction. They will have their agents managing all of them for themselves. So then it's gonna even bring more like a bridging and knowing exactly where you want to go, like as a thing of the past.
Would you say agents fundamentally like benefits from intents, or do the old sort of bridging models work better?
I think agents can be more rational and have to find what's finally the best way to perform an action. So if intent and the solver's gonna give them the best quote and that's the best way, they're probably gonna do for that. Or if you find another route, that's I think inherently like a more rational and less influenceable by like humans.
No, thank you. Well, there's actually one more thing. So intents are actually coming to Tezos. So if you want to find out more information, head to tezosintents.com and you can find out all about that's coming later this year in 2026. And that's all we have time for today. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia, Alessandro, and Aaron. We did it on purpose, everybody with the A in their name. Okay, now to our next session. Have you ever heard about AI agents? Well, unless you've been living under a rock, I bet you have. They are the hottest topic out there right now. Everybody's trying to figure out how to best use them. Jan Regisgianas is our head of core engineering and Nomadic Labs, and is here to share how AI agents are actually transforming software development in practice. I'm super excited about this one. The title of the presentation is actually Stop Pedaling, which is either very zen or very provocative, and I guess we're about to find out which. Please welcome Jan to the stage.
Hello everyone, how are you today? Great? Yes? Not too sleepy? There will be a lot of pictures in this one, so I hope it will keep you attention. Okay, so where can I change the slide? Sorry, where is it? How can I move to the next slide? Oh, it's so, most teams using AI agent today are putting a motor on a bicycle. It works. You go faster, but during this talk, I want to suggest that you can just get off the bike. Because if you stay on the bike, you will go a bit faster indeed, but you will still be working under the same constraints. You will still follow the same path. And at the end of the day, you will just do the same thing, but a bit faster. Sometimes there are some radical changes. And if you, for instance, you are a mailman and you are given a bike, and every day you have to, to deliver the mail, what you will optimize is actually the distance because your muscle are at work. So you want to be very careful. You want to really optimize the path to optimize the distance. And if at some point you get a wrong turn, actually it will just waste an entire morning, for instance. While if you give a mailman a car, it's a different game, completely different game. Why? Because now you don't care about the kilometers, you don't care about the distance, you will actually optimize maybe time to delivery. You will do multiple deliveries during the day. And if at some point you take a wrong turn, well, you just do a U-turn and you just waste 2 minutes. So the first principle I want to talk about is this idea that when there is a radical change in the cost structure of your operation, you should not optimize the old process. You need to redesign one from scratch. So here we are. Here is a model. Software development today is an assembly line. Input, ideas. Output, software. And in between, agents. They are fast, they are tireless, and also very cheap. That's given. Agents are super fast. That's their main property, what really matters. So, if you look at this picture here, you will see that agents and humans can work together on the line, and you can also have humans that are on top of them, steering the direction, checking if the work is done properly, checking if we are doing the actual right software. And this image will stay with us during this talk, because once you accept this axiom, the fact that agents are super fast, the interesting question is, what determines the quality of the output? And the answer is not the agent, it's actually the input. So that will be the main message of this talk, and I will come back on it. But before that, imagine what you can do with such an assembly line. So for instance, on Thursday, I was preparing this talk, and I was asking myself, okay, which ideas I should present today that I've been able to put at work with agents. And in only 5 hours, I was able to build a verifier for Michelson scripts. I will come back on that, and I will explain why it took only 5 hours. But before that, let me, there is this saying in French, so we are in Cannes, so I will allow myself, ne pas confondre vitesse et précipitation. In English, don't confuse speed and haste. So speed is indeed the main property of agents, the fundamental property. And you don't want to fight against this speed, because then you would fight against the tool itself. But speed without structure is worse than useless. It's dangerous, especially when you build critical software system as, you know, a blockchain protocol. So, the principle that you need to keep on top of your mind when you are using agent is garbage in, garbage out. And with agent, garbage out at full speed in unpredictable ways. Okay. So should we use agent? Yes, but we need to ask ourselves more specific questions. How do we gain trust? How can we make the output of agent reliable? And the answer is an harness. So an harness is a system that you build around agents in order to make their output reliable. How does that work? Well, there are three principles. The first one is specification and knowledge. I never use an agent, I never let an agent write a single line of code before making sure that there is no ambiguity about what I want to build. So it's very usual that I answer 50 or even more questions before starting anything. Because the moment you let some freedom to agents, the moment you let some uncertainties, you will get an arbitrary answer. You will get something that is probably wrong. So you want to give them 0 degree of freedom. Also, what is very important is to make sure that you give them the knowledge to build context that creates a very strong input. In order to do that, you need to give them the knowledge of your project and make sure that this knowledge is of great quality. So what you need to do is to do some knowledge engineering, make sure that inside your Git repository, for instance, you have markdown files indexed and optimized for agent navigation that will allow your agent to go through what you already know about the system that you are trying to build. That's the first principle. The second one is architecture and code quality. An agent is very good at doing something very specific. If you have not a good decomposition of the problem you are trying to solve, what you will get is actually some mixed and half-baked solutions. While if you have a beautiful architecture, it will focus on one concern at a time and actually fix it do it very well. What I really like in code quality, what I'm trying these days, is to use something called literate programming. I don't know if you're familiar with this concept. It's this idea that you write the code with actually a lot of comment, because you explain inside the source code why it works, why you are doing things like this or not in the other way, inside the code itself, so that local to this code, you got the answer why it has been built this way. And I can tell you, when the agent is building its context, this locality is very effective. So architecture, code quality are very good to build this famous context, so that then you will get good input and then good output. And the final ingredient, the final principle, is the feedback loop. I hear a lot of engineers telling me, oh, look, I have given this prompt to the agent, and look, that's so bad, the code it has produced. It's perfectly normal. These are stochastic processes. With some error rates, they are hallucinating. But, again, their fundamental property is velocity. If an engineer comes to you with a bad code, it's really hard to say, do it again. With an agent, there's no problem with that. And you can iterate 5 times and get a good answer at some point. Because even if you have, let's say, 10% of errors and you iterate 5 times, you have 99.9% of chance to get something good. But how do you know it's good? You need to know that in a deterministic way. You need to use test, validation, proofs, static analysis, all these tools that gives us confidence and deterministic confidence about the code that you are producing. And when you have that, you just need to let the agent work and take a nap. So, okay. Maybe you could say, okay, yes, that's a bit abstract. And I want to come back to something very practical, as I've told you before. Last Thursday, I was just wondering, okay, I have to give this talk at TezDev. What should I advertise? Let's build a verifier for Michelson scripts. What is that? So it's a program. You give it your script, your informal specification, and then it will prove that this script is correct with respect to a formal specification that you would have built with the tool. So it means that you get the guarantee, mathematical guarantee, with a proof verified on machine that your script is valid with respect to the specification. That's huge. And it took me only 5 hours to get there. Why? Because the input was excellent. The input was excellent because Michelson is a smart contract language that has been designed from the beginning to be a good language for formal verification. Why? Because it has a very control flow that is very simple. So if you build a verifier tool, actually it's super easy to generate proof obligations. It has high-level values. So it means that you don't fight against the encoding, some pointers or some encoding in bytes to reason about it. You just get some lists, maps, and a lot of high-level values like this. So it's super easy to reason about that kind of high-level objects. So that's the point. If you use an agent, if you provide it with very good input, you will get very good output. And so that's the target system I want to build today. Okay, with turning this toy verifier into actually a real tool that maybe could be very useful to the Tezos ecosystem. It's a tool that will allow you to start from your Michelson script, your informal specifications, then you interact with the agent in order to refine the specification to something that makes sense, that has no more ambiguities. And when it's done, well, you just get it run. Why? Because the agent will produce proof, and you have deterministic ways to verify that these proofs are correct. So there is no other way to trust an agent. It comes with a proof that it's correct. And in this pipeline, I won't detail it, but at the end, what you got is actually what is called a proof in the ROC proof assistant. It's a certificate that you can just read, and you know that the script actually is bug-free. Okay? What I want to emphasize on this diagram is not really the diagram itself. It's simply that in the front end of the diagram. You have some agents, some non-determinism, some interactions with agents that can be a bit, stochastic. But at the end, you have only deterministic tools that will provide validation. Okay? So that's one data point. But there are others. For instance, Zeina Dargai from Nomadic Labs asked ourselves, okay, can AI agent reduce the cost of using mechanized formal methods in the development of the Tezos protocol? So something that is real, that is used in production. And the answer is yes. She did 4 experiments. I will present 2 today. One is proving that the token module in the layer 1 protocol behaves correctly. This token module is super important because that's where everything regarding Tez is done. You really want that to be done correctly, right? And what she was able to do is to take the property-based testing that we already had in the code base, all the design docs that we had, all the properties that we have written, and use all that to generate a verified model. What's a verified model? Again, it's something you can trust because it's mathematics. Mathematics on a machine. In a very verified way, you know that this object is valid. She also took what has been presented by Matthias earlier, the liquid staking white paper, and she took also the design docs that we had, all the properties that we had, and she was able to build a mathematical model, again, on the machine, verified, and mostly perfect. The same architecture applies. We provide some input to the agent. This input is, a lot of documents in natural language. You work with the agent to refine, to formalize it on the machine, and then you have this possibility to just let the agent work because you have a deterministic tool that will verify that the agent is not doing anything wrong. So, I want to draw some conclusion now. And this conclusion is about the relationship between the Tezos ecosystem and formal methods. We have been investing a lot in formal methods in the day, and it's paying out. We can see that with Mikkelsen, for instance, that is a very well-designed language. That's not an accident that it's good for formal verification. It has been thought that way. It's the first principle. So you take that basis, and you are able today to leverage it in order to get code produced by agent that you can trust. So the culture itself that we are following, the Tezos engineering work, is actually the harness. It's the design of Mikkelsen that is the harness. It's this methodology based on first principle, on math, on properties, on formal semantics, that is now a big advantage for us. So, in the past, formal method was a luxury. Now, it becomes probably a competitive advantage. And the Tezos ecosystem has invested a lot inside this formal methods approach. So today, we have a factory, we have very good input, and the only question is if we want to be assembling by hand or just run the line. So I've been talking about how to build software right. And the next talk by Arthur Bretman will be about how to build the right software. So it's the second part of the equation. You probably want to hear it. But mine is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you for helping me warm up the audience for the next talk. Now we're going to have a very quick round of Q&As. I probably start with a question for you. Now, what is the advice that you would give to developers today? What should they be doing right now?
Right now, I think the low-hanging fruit that has the most impact is to import all your knowledge inside your Git repository, simply as markdown files, well indexed, so that agent can navigate efficiently. And you will see immediately the effect on this on the output of your code agent. That's what I've noticed in many occasions. It's extremely powerful. So you don't need all this linear GitLab, etc. You just need a Git repo with text files and let your agent work with an harness.
Any other questions from the audience? Anything else? No? Okay. Well, thank you, Jan. Thank you very much. Okay. So now for the highlight of the day. Now, if you've been to previous events, you will know that Arthur's keynote is a tradition here at TezDev. And this year, he will be talking about good infrastructure is just the beginning. I'm very, very curious about the content of his presentation. Now, I thought a lot about how to introduce Arthur. And then I realized that probably he's the only person that does not need an introduction. Please, let's welcome on the stage the co-founder of Tezos, Arthur Bretman.
All right, thanks everyone for coming. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about infrastructure and product on Tezos. And you know, I don't know if this is a highlight. I tried at each TezDev to do a bit of an update on where we are. And I think if we follow this Tezos ecosystem closely, not a lot of this will be very novel to you, but it's still important to do it. So the chain evolves. That's the first thing. Well, you kind of know that. That's really core to the value prop of Tezos. It's a chain that's been evolving since its launch in 2018. It's gone through so many upgrades and so many improvements. And so, you know, the past few TezDevs I've talked about this scaling roadmap, and you know, every year there's still some stuff to be done, and there's some stuff we have done. And I think in the first year where I feel like most of what I would, you know, most of that roadmap has been done as opposed to remains to be done. There's a few things we need to do, but by and large, we're pretty close. So what do we have today? We're down to 6-second block time on the blockchain, on the layer 1 of Tezos. And that doesn't mean that transaction takes 6 seconds. It can be much faster than that. But it does mean that you get consensus in about 12 seconds. Different blockchains vary out there, but I would say it's pretty good to get your finality in 12 seconds. Throughput boost. So a lot of the throughput work has been focused on Etherlink. And Etherlink can now do 27 million gas per second, which gives you about 1,300 TPS. Can we do more? Yes. Do we want to invest tons of resources into making this more? Not necessarily. It's always trade-off in terms of what we want to do. I don't think anyone right now looking at Etherlink is saying like, oh, I need way more than 13 TPS, and therefore, you know, this is not for deploying. It will keep going up. Like we keep having improvements. There are things in the pipeline. It's not a number one priority, but expect it to keep going up. One thing that Dimitri mentioned earlier, Dimitri is from Hanji, was talking about how people have been focused on throughput, but latency is more important for trading use cases. And this is one area where we had a lot of improvements. So instant confirmations now on Etherlink give you, says 50 milliseconds. That's conservative. It can be faster than that. But 50 millisecond latency via the Etherlink sequencer. So you can see a centralized exchange tick, like Bitcoin, the Binance ticks, and then immediately you're able to like do an order and like in 50 milliseconds have confirmation that your order is there or like cancel it. So it gives you a lot of, a much better environment for running DEXs, and that's been quite important. And this is really state-of-the-art latency. Like you're using this, you're faster than Solana. And you're faster than Solana can get because they kind of insist on this like model where they want to do everything as a layer 1. This is something that having a layer 2 gives you. They give you very low latency. There's weird workarounds you can try. There are difficult workarounds you can try to do this on layer 1s. They've been talking about them. I was talking about them years ago. They've been talking about them in the Ethereum community, but nothing has really come out of this. The DAO has kept improving. So, as part of the Ushia protocol, it's going to go to about 10 megabytes per second. Again, plenty of space for increasing bandwidth. So we're there. Can we improve the DAO further? Yes. Do we need to improve the DAO further right now? Not necessarily. And then MEV protection. So that's one area where we, so the Etherlink sequencer can guarantee the block results. What we don't have yet, and I'll talk about this a little bit, is a blind sequencer that doesn't see the transaction and has to approve the transaction without actually seeing the transaction. We do have decentralization in the sense that if the it can be visible if the sequencer misbehaves. So if the sequencer misbehaves, people can bring proof of that and elect a new sequencer. You don't have yet cryptography guarantee around this. So some major milestones incoming. So first, new execution layer. So meet Tezos X. I've been talking about Tezos X for a while. So what is it? It's going to have two interfaces. One is the AVM interface. So everything that you've seen on Etherlink become subsumed into Tezos X. And the Michelson interface for all of the applications which have been developed historically for the layer 1 of Tezos, and which going forward are also going to be developed in Michelson. You've seen the talk from Jan. I would say that now more than ever, there's a better reason to build in Michelson, because in the past, you could have said, well, it's Michelson, there's some languages, but it's a bit more difficult, and it's harder to find developers. You can do all of that. Now you have coding agents, and the coding agents will be happy to code in Michelson for you. So they'll be happy to code in EVM, but they will also be happy to give you formal proofs of your code, and they can do that more easily if the code is in Michelson. So in some sense, raising the bar of the average developer by having really good coding agents, make it more favorable to have these nice languages. Until they become so good that they don't even care what language they use, but we're not quite there yet. And I'd like to emphasize that this is a shared ledger, right? This is one ledger, one set of accounts and contracts. And so you'll have contracts, of course, which are written for the EVM, contracts which are written for Michelson, but they can call each other in a single transaction, right? It's not two separate zones. You can have a Michelson, you make a transaction to a Michelson contract, it goes and calls a DEX that's running EVM code, which then goes and calls a Michelson contract. So really, you can interweave your execution through both interfaces and runtime environment seamlessly. And that's it, of course, on top of the data availability layer, which will be able to include transactions so that they're not all posted to the L1, which lowers the cost of transaction, and which itself is, of course, secured by the layer 1. So really think of it as a single economic layer with multiple interfaces. So you'll have the same assets and the same liquidity across Michelson and EVM. So if you have a DEX with lots of liquidity on the EVM side, and you have an asset that's that's written in the Michelson contract, it can benefit from it, and vice versa. It means you can have cross-interface composition in a single transaction. That's what I was saying earlier. You make one transaction, you can call any contract anywhere. So really, it's as a developer, you can choose any language without having to worry about adoption. You don't have to think, oh, geez, my contract should be in, EVM because I need to have such and such compatibility. use any language you want, and then we provide the compatibility. That also means no forced rewrite or mass migration for existing Tezos apps. It should be fairly seamless and fairly straightforward to redeploy your contracts on this layer. And essentially what this does is that it creates a new distribution surface, right? You get all the distribution you could get from having this EVM compatibility, which makes it easier to get integrations without abandoning your Tezos native logic. So you get the benefits, the development benefits, I would say, of using the Tezos logic, while at the same time being legible to the rest of the crypto ecosystem with EVM interfaces. So you get the best of both worlds. One aspect of the design which was very important was creating minimal friction for layer 1 apps. So, you know, the path is clear here and the choice will lie with the builder. You can stay on layer 1, you can use layer 1 as much as you want. But also almost all Michelson contracts can be redeployed directly as is. You can take your Michelson contract, put it on Tezos X. It means the existing tooling will work as well, you know, whereas we're talking about the wallets and the block explorer, it's a minimal change. And you'll have simple interop with layer 1 via bridges like we have had with Etherlink and via fast withdrawals. So what about Etherlink? Well, Etherlink by itself is evolving into Tezos X. So what I've been describing is not something that, you know, sits above Etherlink or is different from Etherlink. Essentially, it's a merge, right? So you're getting a renaming, if you like, of Etherlink into Tezos X with support for both EVM contracts and Michelson contracts. And that is, Tezos X is the name of our execution layer. If you will, you can say that the X stands for execution. What did we get out of this Tezos X is throughput boost, instant confirmations, fast withdrawals. So really high throughput, really fast transaction, and at a minimal cost because you can withdraw and exchange with the EL1 with very little friction. So I would say, you know, when we have this, we're pretty much there, right? So adding the Michelson interface is what gives you Tezos X. Now let's look a little bit at the timeline. You know, we used to have a timeline in years, and now we're talking about this year. So the testnet is going to launch next month, and you can please try it, try to break it, try cross-interface calls between Michelson and EVM contracts, deploy, test, break things. In June 2026, it'll be proposed for a governance vote so it will be an Etherlink upgrade proposal, and if approved, Tezos X will become reality on the mainnet. And then finally, in the second part of 2026, we're planning a migration to RISC-V. So this version of, you know, TezLink was written, it's a newer implementation of Tezos, which was written directly in Rust. So for a while, we thought we would use the OCaml code, compile it to RISC-V. Because it's written in Rust, we're able to run it in a WASM interpreter. We still think it's better to use our fancy RISC-V interpreter, but it's not entirely there yet. So second half of 2026, rollup engine can migrate from WASM to RISC-V, which will make adding new interfaces easier because then we really have our choices of languages. And you know, we'll see where the demand is for those interfaces. And speaking of seeing the demand, we do have some adjusted priorities. When I say we here, I'm talking about entities like Tech or Nomadic Labs working on a core development. So over the past year, in terms of development, what has taken priority was throughput, latency, and layer 1 optimization. And that was following market signals. The market was really telling us very strongly they did not really need more development interfaces. What they really wanted was lower latency. That was a big demand, and throughput. So we focused on that, following the demand. One thing that didn't have much demand, unfortunately, was Justice, JavaScript, JSTZ. So there's not a strong demand for this. And so we put it on ice for now. We'll see what happens to it. Perhaps at some point we see renewed demand for JavaScript. But right now it's not really what the market is. Like, there's been a lot of, I would say, with regulators becoming more comfortable with crypto. There's been a lot of institutions building on crypto. They have cared about latency, they have cared about throughput, they have cared about cost. They've cared less about building new things in different languages. I also think that going into this JavaScript project, there was this idea that coding assistants were becoming very, very prevalent, and that they were better at JavaScript than other languages, better at Python. And I think it's a matter of also like skating where the puck is going to be. In some sense, we're getting past the point where the agent really cares about the language because they're just getting so good that they are fine. And if you're writing JavaScript, you're writing for a big audience of developers, but if your audience of developers is a coding agent, you should be writing your development environment knowing that it's going to be used by a coding agent. And it seemed to be fine with Mikkelsen and EVM. The blind sequencer, so I mentioned that it was one of the design goals originally of EtherLink or Tezos X, was to have a sequencer that would have to approve or disapprove transactions without seeing them, and then after that, the transaction would get decrypted. And that gives you guarantees in terms of MEV, because if it can't see it, then it can't sandwich it, then it can't reprioritize it, it can't do any of these things. It's a neat technology. It would increase latency a little bit. There hasn't been strong demand for it. So you do get that property in the sense that you have a well-behaving sequencer, and it's possible to detect misbehavior in a sequencer and to call a sequencer out on misbehavior. So the fact that you can do that is enough, and we haven't seen the demand where people say like, hey, I would really like deploy my DeFi protocol if only I had this protection. It's just not really there. And data availability sampling, likewise, I think we've had a target of 100 megabyte per second. It's quite achievable, but for now, a 10 megabyte per second bandwidth is more than enough. Even if we had the combined amount of all the transactions on all the blockchains, we would be quite fine with this. So the priorities for core development are evolving, but also the model with which those entities are supporting the ecosystem is also evolving. So the first thing is that the market for base layers has changed over the past years, and base layer infrastructure remains necessary, but it's rarely sufficient to attract people. And there's intense competition between L1 and L2s, right? We went from a world where there was no scaling, there was no room for transactions, to a world where there's also we went from a world where, to be honest, there was a lack of any good quality software in blockchains, to one where there's a lot of contenders, there's a lot of good blockchains out there, there's a lot of block space out there. So if you see yourself in a market of selling block space, well, there's a lot of it out there. And so in that respect, I think ecosystem entities around Tezos must adapt in how they can create value for the ecosystem. Now, of course, the offering of the quality of the technical offering remains key. At the end of the day, fundamentally, Tezos is a blockchain, and what these entities do is try to make it the best blockchain possible. And I think to some extent, it is a fantastic blockchain. Like from a technical perspective, if you're looking at Tezos, there's very little to criticize here. It's one of the best offerings you can find out there today, if not the best offering. So that remains key, and that remains important. It needs to stay like this. It wasn't always like this, by the way. I think Tezos started out far ahead of the competition in 2018. We had a lull, and we had to work to get back. I would say as a leading protocol in terms of quality. So it needs to remain robust, scalable, reliable. It needs to be a platform that builders can really trust. So that means no shortcuts, nothing being just like close enough. And what's important is preserving credibility, because it's one of the big assets that the Tezos brand or the Tezos chain has for itself. It has a lot of credibility. It's been running uninterrupted for many years. It's been very solid. No one looks at Tezos and doubts the quality of the chain, and that needs to remain true. So infrastructure is necessary, but really it's a product that creates pull. So yes, those years of infrastructure work were necessary, because again, I would say Tezos stopped being some of the top offering around 2019, 2020, fell a bit behind and had to be modernized. And that modernization took some efforts. I don't think today Tezos could be a contender if it had 1 unit blocks, if it could do dozens of transactions per second. So that work has largely been done. Again, I've pointed out at the roadmap of Tezos X, there's still something to do, but by and large, it's been done. And so now, the binding constraint is demand, distribution, and products that users return to. And it's not something that's unique to Tezos. It's been generally an issue in the entire crypto space. The upside of this is that if we have products with real usage, it can create a pool for Tezos. And that's not something new in some sense. We've always known that we needed to have like really good products, attracting people to the chain, making people use the chain. What I think has been missing is trying to target the right metric. And I think we've played with different metrics, and we've had metrics such as does this thing create good headlines? Are people excited about it? And then there are metrics which are more formal. How many active users? How many wallets? How many volume? And a lot of blockchains end up trying to game those metrics and playing with them. But the one metric that's really hard to game, and the one metric that's probably the healthiest to follow, is revenue. And for a few reasons. One is, payments is the clearest proof that a problem matters. If someone is willing to pay for it, well, maybe they could be confused about their own problem. But if they repeat the payment, if they keep paying for it, probably it does something for them. Maybe they are entertained, maybe it solves a problem that they have, but clearly they keep coming back. And the point of revenue is that it's really helpful in separating real demand from polite interest. If you have a great idea and you tell people about it, they'll say, oh, that sounds great. And then you say, well, are you willing to pay for it? And maybe you get a different answer. And so when I talk about product and revenue here, part of the idea that I should explain is that these entities that support the ecosystem and that have done so in developing the chain and developing the infrastructure are now looking at building products. And it's not the first time. We built some products like Canvas, for example, around sports NFTs and others. But this is focused on building products that bring revenue. And one of the advantages of revenue, aside from the fact that it shows that the problem is real, is that it also gives us room to reinvest from a healthier base. So this is an expansion of how we create value. So what we keep that we had was technical support, of course, for anyone using the chain, high quality infrastructure, and a backing for good builders. What we're adding on top of this is now direct product building that can work as revenue engines and distribution surfaces for people to also tack onto. So a lot of these products that we want to be building, that I'll talk about, they're not just product on their own, they intend to also be platforms. What does this bring? It brings more users and repeat activity on Tezos. It means more room to reinvest in the ecosystem. And instead of preserving capacity, it helps us fund growth. So what changes for builders? So technical quality, again, remains table stake. I think that's a part that we can't really compromise on. No, we want to. But it means that we want to lean in hardest where we see real, genuine pull, especially in the form of revenue. So support is shifting from, I would say, speculative activity to scaling proven demand. So if you find pull, if you're here, if you have something and it's working and you're getting users, and you're getting revenue from those users, then once you find that pull, we can help you scale. We can be here and we can support you technically, we can support you with investments, we can support you in different ways to help you scale. But the pull has to be there. And I think there's been, and it's not just in the Tezos ecosystem, broadly speaking around the world in crypto, there's been this model for a while where, hey, there's a return on activity. It's good to have activity, so we'll find anything that might have some activity. Activity is no longer enough. I think we have to look at revenue. So some of the product engines we're building. One is uranium.io. It says, stay tuned for big news, but the big news was already announced, wasn't it? Officially later, okay, because I've seen some stuff on social media. So stay tuned. Tokenized commodities on uranium.io. We're also building Bento, a wallet, but also a distribution platform for applications. And then some applications in the space of gamified finance, which is a new area of interest. So tokenized commodities, real assets, real value. I think it's solving a problem that no one else was solving. These are physical assets with global markets. So big players and with real stakes are interested in this. We're still working on an aspect of it which we can call the DeFi mullet, which is TriFi in the front, DeFi in the back. To be candid, one of the challenges we've had with uranium is you know, it's a lot of the people using crypto are retail and, you know, retail interested in crypto, and you tell them you want to buy uranium, and they say, well, you know, it's not going to make me a millionaire by Sunday, so, you know, why would I care about uranium? And then you go talk to hedge funds and banks, and they're like, oh my God, we're desperate for a better way to get exposure to uranium, but does it really have to be a token? So we're working on how we can combine this so that we can have a crypto-backed offering that's legible to TradFi. And, you know, one point here is that this is a problem that existed before a blockchain solution. It's not a problem that's created for the blockchain. It is real that there's a lot of long-tail commodity markets which are underdeveloped, which need to be better developed. And being able to quickly spin up markets for commodities that are globally available is not something you could easily do before, and that you can do on Tezos X. Bento. So it's about generating value, but also beyond Tezos. So it's a multi-chain wallet. Why a multi-chain wallet? Well, because we want to expand distribution. Most users who are using a wallet do not want to, are users of multiple chains. They don't want to install a separate wallet for each chain that they're using. So Bento is natively multi-chain. And in fact, a lot of work went into the backend of Bento to ensure that it could support many chains. So on launch, is going to support only a few, I think Ethereum, Etherlink, and Tezos. But it is basically, it has a plugin system that makes it easy to add many of the chains, and many of the chains will be coming. It's about creating value. So this is a wallet that is focused on yield generating features for users. So if you are a user and you hold some crypto and you figure like, well, you know, some people are earning like 5–10% in their crypto, more than that, but they have to be constantly switching DeFi protocol, be aware of everything that's going on. We're trying to package us into a wallet that can give you access to the best yield you have. So you hold your assets, you keep your directional exposure on your asset, but on top of that, you get yield. And it's a very simple and legible value proposition for users. You know, why should I use this wallet? You know, is this because it gives me access to Tezos? Is it because it has a nicer UI? No, it's because, you know, on this wallet, your assets will generate more revenue for you than on another wallet. And it can generate fees. One thing that's came as a surprise a couple of years ago was how wallets became fee engines. And I think that was are pretty key because, you know, at the end of the day, a lot of users don't use blockchains, they use applications. And in fact, they don't really use applications, they use wallets. So if you look at, you know, an interesting use case is, or study case, would be pumped on fun on Solana. You could say that, well, people don't really use Solana, they use pumped on fun, and it turns out that it's on Solana, but really, they would use it on another platform, that's just where it is. And then you could also turn that and say, well, they don't really use pumped on fun, they use Phantom. And in some sense, not 100%, but pumped on fun has had some pricing power over Solana. If Solana tried to get like more fees out of this, it would be hard because it could switch chains. And likewise, Phantom has some pricing power over pumped on fun. Another example is that, you know, take a user on some of the, you know, let's say on some Ethereum L2 like Base. So they're using MetaMask to do a swap. And what's going to happen when they do their swap? They're going to pay a fraction, you know, a few cents for the transaction to be included on the chain. They're going to pay a few basis points. That's already way more money for the Uniswap fee, for example. And then they're going to pay 75 basis points, which is an insane amount of money to pay for a swap to MetaMask because that's just what they use. So wallets are distribution engines. They're much closer to the user than the backend. They are fee engines, so we think they are quite strategic. And especially having a multi-chain wallet can be strategic in bringing users from different blockchains and showing them opportunities that are on Tezos. So in short, market research leads the way. So why tokenize RWAs? Because there's real institutional pool. We still need to iterate a bit on how we get institutions comfortable with a token, but Tezos fits naturally here as a settlement layer. Why a multi-chain wallet? Because go wide and bring people to Tezos. And gamified finance, it's not ready for announcement yet, but it's definitely high engagement. It's transaction dense. It's something that's revenue positive on day one when it works. So, you know, it's not some speculative thing that you have to build and then, you know, maybe after millions and millions of investment for years, you get somewhere. This is something that can give you revenue right away. So it's a proven model. So that's some of the product that these entities are building. But like I said, the support model is also like helping people scale. And one thing that has been a strength of the Tezos ecosystem for years is that it's been a fantastic chain for indie developers and builders. And the recent very impressive improvements in coding agent makes this an indie builder market, right? It's actually getting harder for people in software to raise venture capital. Venture capital is getting a bit more worried about software. Why? Because software is becoming less capital intensive, and VCs want to invest in capital intensive businesses. They want to invest in businesses that are going to raise money, need to keep raising money, need to IPO, need to do all that. That's not really the case if as a solo dev now in a week you can launch an app that would have taken a team 6 months or a year to build before that. So it's fantastic for indie builders. So let's look at what happens before or after AI. Proof of concept. You go from days to just hours or hour. An MVP, which would take you weeks or months, can be done in days, and products that would take months or years to develop can be done in weeks. So the benefit is that it's not that you can like build a product with no traction faster. The benefit is that you can really iterate very quickly and learn if you're solving a real problem. And so, I think this is a great seed for Tezos because it's going to be an indie builder era. We're going to see a lot of software projects being built by 1 or 2 devs only. Coding agents make it radically cheaper to try ideas, and Tezos has historically been a chain where people try new ideas. So small teams or even team of 1 can now ship what used to require a fully funded startup. And Tezos is so easy to integrate into side projects, experiments. It's part of the culture. It's part of the ethos. It's part of my identity. So I would recommend try more things and keep the one that gets pulled. It's very hard to know ahead of time what is going to get pulled and what is not going to get pulled. So try a lot of experiments. Try this side project that you've had in your mind for years and you never really had time to do it. Launch it, and it's very easy to integrate Tezos into that. And then when something works, the ecosystem is here to help you scale it, to help you make it from something that's a green shoot that's having a lot of interest and buzz into something really big. So we're here for that. So to help good product grow, find new people, find people who love it, who are willing to pay for it, and then come to us. And what we offer, technical support, scaling assistance, distribution, marketing, co-investment. What we're less likely to offer now is grants to build something merely in the hope of generating activity. We're not the only one who have done this. It's been a popular model in crypto. It's a model that's fading or faded. And the bar is, prove it first. Prove it with revenue. It doesn't have to be a lot of revenue, but it has to be a little bit. It has to be that someone's paying for this. And then we can scale it together. So, strong execution layer, we have that. We're finishing that. And a strong business layer. Tezos X is amazing infrastructure. It's useful, it's scalable, it's built without compromise, and so we can leverage it for profitable products, bringing more on-chain activity, bringing a stronger ecosystem, and ultimately broader adoption. So this is a harder path than just a pure infrastructure play, saying like, hey, we have the best infrastructure, everyone come build here, and then everyone builds here. When that works, that's great. I don't think it's going to work for anyone anymore. The technology has matured. We're much later in the space of crypto that people can play that, but it is more reliable as a path to get there. Another thing separate from this is the graphic design team have done some great work around making the brand evolve a little bit, trying to do a refresh on this. And so here's a sneak peek on things to come, and I think a video should play. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, probably we have some questions. Yes. Well, do we have questions from the audience? If not, I will probably ask you something. So, what do you think, we spoke about Tezos X, where do you think the first breakthrough will come from on Tezos X?
Tezos X is less about breakthrough and more about continuity and more about really like giving everyone a great platform. But I think some of the applications I'm most excited about, seeing using Tezos X is some of the NFT market platforms like objects, seeing them run on EtherLink will be interesting because it's next to EtherLink on Tezos X will be quite interesting because it gives another level of speed to the application that has been missing.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Okay, we have one there. Danny, I think we have a microphone at the back of the room.
Test? Oh. Yeah, just wondering about funding for public goods and stuff like that doesn't have a revenue path, basically. A lot of developers and AI agents too expect to have access to tools for free, basically.
Yeah. There's been a lot of public, historically we've done a lot of public good fundings. I think we have a lot of public goods already, and the cost of public goods are generally falling. And so, it's been a tough transition because there were many people in our ecosystem which were developing public goods. But then at some point, you end up with a library that doesn't really need maintenance. That's kind of done, and software can get done at some point. So the cost of developing software is going down enormously. The public good that we have in our system is now largely mature and adequate. So I would say it can still happen, but it's a lot less of a focus as it was during the part where we're really growing and we needed to build everything.
Any more questions? We have one. Sorry, over there.
Hello, I just like to know the secret word for the silly quest.
Oh, I will give it later. Come on, don't worry, I will give you one. Okay, any more questions for Arthur? Okay, well, thank you very much, Arthur. It has been a pleasure, very inspiring. Thank you. All right, all right. A lot to take in. Thank you again, Arthur. We're going to have a break now, but obviously I understand that some of you might be waiting for something. So I have here a secret word for you. I'm going to try to say it in my radio voice. I'm going to say it only twice, so listen up. The secret word is Tezos X. I repeat, Tezos X. Good luck. We're going to take a 15 minutes break now and go grab a drink, step outside, talk to the teams in the Expert Zone. And we're going to come back with a presentation on something that I never thought I would talk about here in blockchain, which is tokenized uranium. See you in 15.
Welcome back to Tezos Explained. We are joined today by Ben Elvich. He is the product lead for Uranium.io.
Thank you very much for having me. Looking forward to the conversation.
Well, let's dive right into it. So can you tell me more about uranium? There's been a recent surge of interest. Can you tell me more about what's driving it?
Everyone sees the need for greater energy security, but also more power needs. A lot of things that are driving society are power intensive. And certainly now we see with AI as well, increased demand for power. And I think if you want that combined with clean energy, nuclear is the only proven solution. Therefore, if you want to have more nuclear capacity, you actually need a large stock of uranium to do that, because uranium is the base material from which nuclear fuel is created, which then powers nuclear reactors. And so naturally, with increased demand and appetite for nuclear power, you see increased demand for uranium, which makes the market super interesting.
Why is retail access to uranium been so difficult?
It's a market that historically, until we launched in December of 2024, that's only been traded in terms of the physical material over the counter or OTC. And because of that, the lot sizes in terms of minimum amounts that can be traded have been very high. Typically that's about £100,000 in weight, which at current spot price is between $7.5 and $8 million, which for most people is pretty inaccessible, not just in retail investors, but also smaller hedge funds and professional investors as well. The other option would be to invest in one of the listed vehicles. These are closed-ended investment trusts, and they typically trade at a discount to the actual underlying asset value of the uranium held. We think that through tokenization, not only do you reduce the operational burdens and the capital barriers, but you also get a more effective exposure over the long term to the underlying asset if you're looking to invest in uranium.
Maybe for those who just joined us or just learning about this topic, you could explain a little bit what uranium is and what uranium IO is, what XU308 is.
XU308 represents beneficial ownership of the physical uranium. So if you own, let's say, £500 in weight equivalent in XU308 tokens, you could actually take physical delivery of that, which is very different to a lot of typical approaches to tokenization, at least historically, where different vehicles and entities would be created and different assets essentially that would reference the price. What we've done is use blockchain technology and infrastructure to improve the market and how the market operates rather than creating a new asset. If participants in the market have surplus inventory of uranium, they haven't got enough to trade in those minimum lot sizes, they can actually use our capability to tokenize it and free up that capital, and they can hold on to that uranium, they can sell some of it or all of it, and they can also use it to borrow against and use that as collateral, which again creates more capital efficiency.
Now that you mentioned it, tell me more about borrowing against XU308. So there was a recently announcement coming from Uranium IO mentioning Morpho, mentioning Oku.
I think it's super important because we're moving a market that has gone from being only traded over the counter. The first phase is creating a more transparent and efficient spot market. And then how do you make capital allocation and people investing in uranium have even greater efficiencies by using all the benefits of being on blockchain rails to enable people to use the uranium they hold, that as collateral, and borrow USDC against it, meaning they can take advantage of short-term investment opportunities whilst also retaining the longer-term exposure to uranium. You don't have to miss out on other short-term opportunities that you may want to invest in. You can actually do both now with this capability through Morpho and Oku.
And can you tell me more about the reasoning behind Morpho? Why was Morpho chosen for this?
Yeah, I think Morpho was chosen because they've sort of proven themselves as a leader really in that peer-to-peer lending protocol. So it was really two reasons. One, they're established and open source and audited, and that's great from a security and reliability perspective. And two, it was just seamless and very easy to do. So that also meant that it was not a huge resource lift on our side as well. Essentially, took care of all the hard work and all the thinking, and we were able to really configure that to meet our needs in the specific use case of uranium.
And can you tell me more about how Oku fits into all of this?
So Oku is the front end. So when you go to uranium.io, you go to the borrow section, and then you actually click the button to start the borrowing process. That front end is Oku, and Oku has built what we consider to be a really good UI for people to access the underlying capability and contract that Morpho have. Everything we're doing on uranium.io is to make investing in uranium and interacting with the uranium market as seamless as possible.
Tell me more about Tezos Layer 2. What makes it a good choice for tokenization?
The Tezos Layer 2, so Etherlink, was really important, and it has been a great platform for us to build this on, because to reach the scale we want to reach, we need something that is low cost, will scale with us seamlessly, and is very reliable. And Etherlink so far has ticked all of those boxes, from speed, low fees, reliability and scalability that you want from an institutional grade platform. And we're excited about the future upgrades and that making it even more effective for us to scale XU308.
Okay, Ben, can you tell me a bit in more detail? How does this actually work?
Sure. So I mentioned before, you go to uranium.io, you go to the borrow section, and then you have to be holding XU308 to post it as collateral. But then you can choose how much you want to borrow in USDC or how much you want to post as collateral, and then it will calculate the amount of USDC that you can borrow. Right now, the maximum loan to value ratio is 77%. If there are price changes from a uranium perspective, or for whatever reason from a market dynamics perspective, you end up with a higher loan to value ratio, you will end up being liquidated, and that's super important for people to keep an eye on. Other risks are around pricing risk we've seen across the market. But again, that's where, in anticipation of this capability, we have built the price feed as well. So you're getting minute-by-minute pricing. That's a big evolution from the market where it was sort of at most every 20 minutes the price was printed.
Tell me though, I know a lot of viewers are probably participating in Apple Farm. Can you tell me more about this option and Apple Farm use?
Apple Farm's really the sort of cherry on the cake and being launched on Etherlink, right? We tick all the boxes for the core platform. I think because Uranium's and XU308's been launched on Etherlink, we get to benefit from incentivizing and enabling users to participate in Apple Farm. Actually, you still get your Apple Farm rewards even when you pledge as collateral your XU308. Again, it goes to that same perspective of you still maintain your exposure and the benefits of long-term exposure to uranium, including your Apple Farm rewards, while also being able to free up capital through borrowing USDC to invest in other short-term opportunities, which again may also enable you to earn Apple Farm rewards on Etherlink. So it creates this virtuous circle where users and holders can benefit from the wider Etherlink ecosystem and the wider Tezos ecosystem through what we're building, which is something we're really proud to be a part of.
What is the bigger vision behind uranium?
There's two aspects I would say in terms of the bigger vision. One is getting uranium to reach its full potential. We are looking at other products and vehicles that are both DeFi and TradFi oriented as to what might be interesting to investors in the uranium space. But more interestingly, I think, is the wider vision beyond the blueprint that we've built with uranium and applying that to other commodities, specifically metals. We're very excited about bringing all of the effectiveness and efficiency of an improved market infrastructure we've done for uranium to other hard-to-access metal markets as well.
Well, you heard it here first. Something big is coming, and try to take a guess in the comments what's coming next in the metal sphere for uranium. Thank you so much for joining us, Ben. I'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Tezos Explained. Today we are talking with Arthur, who will help us to figure out LWA. On-chain RWA grown to $35 billion recently. How we ended up here? Why we saw such a huge growth over the last years?
I mean, there's a couple of factors, and it depends also what is counted in RWAs. I think a big part of the story has been stablecoin. It's by far the most successful RWA, and also the most boring RWA. It's essentially a tokenized dollar bank account, but it's been very important for a lot of markets. So it has worked in crypto markets and DeFi markets. I think the use case usually is people want to borrow in dollars against their position. People want to trade in and out of position and go flat. And so they've been using stablecoins for that, or more recently tokenized treasuries or tokenized money market fund. So these are crypto native people who have crypto wallets, and they just find it convenient to just stay on chain as opposed to going through an off ramp and back to their bank account to buy anything. But it's also been a big story for remittances and in emerging markets, particularly with weak currency. So you've seen essentially a lot of Latin American countries, some Asian countries. So from that perspective, I think, yes, it's been a big success for stablecoins. And recently, legislation in the United States, like the Genius Act, have given clear guidelines for how to launch stable coins, but the main chain has been the recognition by the US government that, we're not going to come and say this whole thing's illegal, because there's actually codification for it. There are publicly traded companies who are stablecoin issuers. So that recognition, I think, has made a big difference.
Aren't stablecoins very profitable for some countries, because basically stablecoin issuers invest into the debt positions on, for example, US? So they buy bonds and things.
Well,
isn't it profitable or helpful for the countries?
So a couple of things here. First of all, stablecoin issuers making money hands over fist is a new phenomenon. We've had decades of near zero interest rate policy, and all of a sudden we jumped in 2022 to 5% rates in the most unprecedented, fastest rate hike. And I think based on technology and innovation is moving at, for now, I think like rates are going to stay high for a while, but we'll see some margin compression. I think like at some point, stablecoin issuers are going to have to like pass some of that yield in some form, and they already are in many cases. I would say for governments, it's been for the longest time a choice between saying, well, you know, there's two things we really love. We really love inflation, and we really love financial surveillance. Which one do we love the most? And stablecoins, in the way that they worked, they have KYC when you onboard and when you offboard, but they don't KYC every single hop. Instead, what they went to the regulators and said, well, we have chain analysis tools, and then based on those, we can do good enough AML protection. I think it was an open question whether or not regulators would be okay with this, because if you were PayPal, for example, and you were saying like, oh, I'm going to onboard people without doing KYC, they were like, no, absolutely not. Every single person is going to have an account. You need to have a KYC. But somehow in stablecoins, you didn't have to be in that regime. And stablecoins would be far less useful if you needed to do this KYC onboarding for every single account who's going to hold them. It was not obvious that the government would be ready to accept that. At the same time, yes, they've been a huge consumer of bonds. And it's, you know, the more people are using the dollar and the more there are dollars holders out there in the world, the more you can inflate. So, you know, which do you love more? You know, being able to inflate the money supply without having too much of an impact on prices because it will be absorbed by the rest of the world? Or do you love financial surveillance more? And they picked inflation. I'm glad that they did. I think it's a lesser evil than global surveillance.
Absolutely, I do agree with you. What about other asset classes in RWA?
Those have been smaller. People have been pushing precious metals, like gold, for example, have been pushed for a bit, and it has some adoption, not nearly as much as stable coins, even though there's some overlap between people who like cryptocurrencies and people who like gold. A lot of people are skeptical of the government, concerned about inflation eroding their buying power. They were buying gold before, they've been buying Bitcoin after, so there's a bit of a product market fit here. With that said, there's also a lot of options if you want to hold gold. Tokenized stocks have also been a thing. So again, I think like gold, the idea of like, why would you tokenize a stock when anyone could have opened a brokerage account and have access to it? I think it's targeting those crypto native users who have a wallet. Maybe they don't even have a brokerage account. They just want to stay on chain and they want to have access to the stocks that they're interested in buying. It's on chain. It's easy.
And I think still there are some countries where you cannot easily access some type of stocks and you can possibly access them on chain.
Yeah. I think the global aspect is quite important. There are some brokerages which are very open in terms of countries. I have not checked that, but you take something like Interactive Brokers. I think if you live in Brazil, you should be able to open an Interactive Brokers account. I'm not exactly sure, but they are like almost semi-professional. And yeah, in practice, accessing those things is harder, and having it on chain, you can use this global reach. There's also been, this is taking us back a little bit, security tokens. What's the word for it? In 2019, a lot of that took place on Tezos. But they weren't actively traded. They were mostly a primary issuance type of story where it was more of like, we have existing shareholders, we're going to tokenize our shareholder registry on the blockchain. So the blockchain would give you some sort of traceability as to what was happening, but the asset was much more weakly on the chain than it is in these new RWAs.
Yeah, okay, I see. What about Etherlink? Are there any RWA present on Etherlink?
Yes, they are. So there's a few categories. A lot of them have been provided by a company called Midas, which has tokenized different things, including treasury bills, including some yield funds. So we've seen those with Midas on a Tezos blockchain. And of course, one big initiative is uranium. So uranium has been tokenized on Etherlink. And it's something where there was some involvement from the Tezos Foundation and TezDev, so it's not just something that just happened to the chain, but it's a first. If you want to buy spot uranium right now and you don't want to buy 100,000 pound, that's pound weight of uranium for millions of dollars, it is pretty much the only game in town.
What are the plans about other exotic assets for Etherlink?
I think commodities are super interesting because the regulatory status of spot commodities in most countries is much more amenable, I would say, to work on a blockchain than it is for securities. And also, like, there are fewer markets for spot commodities. So in terms of the opportunity, like, there's an opportunity to create something that doesn't exist as opposed to trying to replace other systems. And there's a better fit in terms of like the technology and the regulatory. So base metals, I think, are really interesting. So things like cobalt, cadmium, some precious metals as well. I think there's still some interest here. Copper, lithium, all of that. There's an interesting play here.
What are the recent developments that push RBA forward?
I think it gets really interesting when they start interacting with DeFi primitives. So there's been, again, lots of innovation in DeFi primitives. But if the only thing you can do with DeFi is do more DeFi, it's not really helpful. You want to be able to finance something. There has to be some connection with real productive things in the world. I think there's a bit of cynicism sometimes where people say like, oh, the stock market, you're just gambling, it's all zero sum. It's not zero sum. Like, you know, when you put money in the stock market, even in the secondary market, you are giving liquidity to someone who gave liquidity to someone who gave liquidity to someone who financed a business. And that business has grown and has innovated and has done things and has hopefully the things that have helped, you know, the world. In the same way, I think if we want those DeFi primitives to be meaningful, they've got to be put towards some purpose. And when RWAs can interact with lending, for example, or with DEXs, that gets really interesting. So if you take something like uranium, for example, on Tezos X Link, you can trade it in an order book DEX called Angie, and then you can borrow against it with Morpho. So you have these primitives, and then on top of that, perhaps when there's more liquidity, you can imagine perps, which is a nice innovation from the DeFi world, and all this interconnectivity and permissionless innovation.
Hello, welcome back.
To write smart contracts.
So now we're moving into real-world assets, specifically how physical commodities are moving on-chain. Our next speaker is working directly on this, bringing new asset classes into our ecosystem, starting with uranium. So please welcome Ben Alvidge, Head of Commercial Applications at Trilitech.
Bear with me a sec, guys. So thank you, Michele, and thank you, everyone. I'm here to talk about something, and linked to what Arthur was saying earlier, frankly, that is long overdue. A fundamental rethink of how metals are traded, owned, and settled. The metals market, as many of you I'm sure will know, is one of the oldest and largest in the world, and yet the infrastructure for that market has barely evolved. We're changing that. Let me show you how. We started with uranium in December 2024. It feels both longer and also shorter than that. So what XU308 is and what it represents is beneficial ownership of physical uranium that is stored, that, different to most other tokenization projects, can actually be physically delivered if you have a storage account. So this wasn't a proof of concept. This was a live product with real physical backing, real custody, and real investors. We chose uranium deliberately. It's a commodity with enormous structural demand tailwinds. Anyone who's heard anything about nuclear can only be powered by uranium, and so the two go hand in hand. But it's got almost zero accessible investment products for most of the market, including some of the smaller hedge funds. Realistically, it's limited to bilateral agreements between suppliers, utilities, and some of the large asset allocators. If we could crack uranium, it's one of the most complex regulated commodities on Earth. We can do that for anything. So what did we actually do for the uranium market? So we took it from kind of getting just physical exposure to, you know, with high minimum investments, millions of dollars. For most metals, that's sort of 6 to 7 figures. And you're getting, and the other option is either you get indirect exposure through equities or futures that don't actually track the commodity cleanly. Settlement is another big factor. Sometimes that takes days, sometimes it takes weeks. Certainly in the case of uranium, standard settlement cycles for the physical is about 15 days. And access, as I mentioned before, is typically restricted to a small club of institutional players and specialist dealers that charge fees commensurate with that. So we stripped all of that away. And what we delivered with uranium.io and XU308 is a market that's available 24/7 globally with no exchange hours, no time zones, and no minimums. You can buy a fraction of an ounce of uranium. Wouldn't advise taking physical delivery for a fraction of an ounce, but you can absolutely do that with higher amounts. And settlement is instant on-chain. So none of these long settlement timelines. and you get direct exposure to the physical commodity. It's not a derivative or an equity proxy. You are straight into beneficial ownership of the physical asset that if you want to trade it onwards, you can. If you want to take physical delivery, you can. And that makes a big difference in terms of evolving the market infrastructure, not just creating another asset that references the underlying. So with that, we thought we've built this infrastructure out for Uranium, the custody framework, the tokenization layer, the compliance stack, the price feeds, I must add. And we asked ourselves the obvious question, why stop here? The same barriers exist across the metals complex. The same solution applies. So we decided to go broader. The opportunity, why we want to go broader, is massive. It's a $25 trillion market in terms of if you look at both physical and derivatives. And so we think that actually what we've built for Uranium, and we've been live for over a year, which is really exciting, is as applicable to every other metals market where trading is opaque, manual, and slow. And here's kind of the really striking thing. Metals, unlike virtually every other major asset class, can't be easily collateralized or composed into structured products on modern rails. So this is a huge asset class that requires a lot of capital, and yet we've made the market infrastructure currently stops participants from being able to use that capital efficiency. Again, with Uranium, what I failed to mention earlier is, of course, you can now use Uranium as collateral for borrowing USDC. We see this as something that's applicable for other metals markets as well. And so I'm delighted to say that given market infrastructure for metals trading hasn't really changed since 1877, when the London Metals Exchange was founded, the fundamental mechanics remain the same. We're excited to take on that opportunity, and I'm really pleased to announce that we are launching metals.io, which is an extension from uranium.io. And so we believe that this is the next generation of metals market infrastructure. We're not building a trading venue on top of old rails. We're replacing the rails entirely and modernizing that infrastructure. If you look at every other asset class, they're all talking about tokenization. To Arthur's point around problems, this is an asset class that hasn't had any modern infrastructure. There hasn't been the same adoption of technology and market participation that you see in equities or fixed income. Let's just skip to the end state and get to the good stuff with tokenization. And that's absolutely what we will be building and have built with metals.io. So we've got one platform with multiple metals, with the same robust structure we provided for Uranium. We're delighted that we've been able to invite other partners to participate in this. And so at launch, we've got a few different things I'm going to talk through in a second, but let me give kudos to our great brand and creative team with a bit of a video that gives you the summary that's a little bit more eloquent than perhaps I have been. So, what are we launching with? You can see here, sorry, I'm not used to click-throughs in this way. I would have expected it all to be there. So, what are we launching with? Uranium, of course, building on that successful framework. We want to make sure that it's even more accessible and easier to add to people's portfolios, alongside, excitingly, as you'd expect, other metals. So we're launching with gold, which enables people to preserve value and get all those benefits of investing in gold, but on-chain through our partner VNX Gold. And really excitingly, and third, what we're going to have is, and it's there and available, a basket of rare earth metals and critical metals. I'm not going to try and pronounce all of them. They're all on the name there. And so these are the materials that power everything from EVs to semiconductors to defense systems. Again, similar narrative to uranium. super inaccessible, but super critical for the way society's heading, solving that real problem within the Tezos ecosystem. And actually now what we're bringing is an opportunity where this periodic table here and beyond isn't just decorative and there because it's nice to relate to, it's actually going to be our product roadmap. And so one final thing from me, because we're so excited about this and the folks that we work with are very generous, we want you to celebrate this launch with us. So you can try it for yourselves. If you scan the QR code, this should also work for those watching the live stream, and use the code METALSLAUNCH, all one word, you can claim a free metal token. You can choose which one. This is exclusive, however, to the first 2,000 participants. So if you're really interested in rare earth metals, it may be sold out. If you're really interested in gold, similarly. So I would advise you all to sign up quickly. And you can own a piece of uranium, gold, or rare earths. It takes about 60 seconds. You just need your email address. We'll provide a wallet for you. And then, yes, we would encourage you all, and please do absolutely boast about it on socials or wherever else you may be tonight in Cannes or at home. I don't know who you'd be talking to about it, but maybe you could. And the final thing from me is just to say thank you. So that's metals.io. So we started with the hardest commodity we believe in terms of uranium. We've proved that it works. And now we're scaling that across the metals complex. If you're interested in the institutional side, what we're doing on that front, as Arthur alluded to, happy to have some conversations with you there. This, we believe, is the foundational aspect of how we're going to transform metals markets, but we do recognize there are other exciting things in the pipeline around traditional finance products. Happy to talk about that or anything further after our next conversation, which I'm very pleased to invite Giorgio from the Rare Tech team and Alexander from VNX Gold, where we'll have a little bit of a chat about commodities tokenization more generally and where we go from here. Thank you very much, everybody. Brilliant. So, as I mentioned, I briefly alluded to Alexander and Giorgio's role. But why don't we start, Alexander, with you introducing yourself, and then Giorgio, you can do the same. Hopefully, everybody knows me by now, and then we can get into some of the questions, and then we'll take some time for Q&A afterwards.
Thank you very much, Ben. My name is Alexander. I am CEO of VNX. VNX is a token generator located in Liechtenstein, and we have VNX Gold, which is a token backed by physical gold stored in Switzerland and Liechtenstein. So we have two partners, two vaults. One is located in Liechtenstein, another stores gold in Zurich. One token is 1 gram of physical gold. We only deal with LBMA 1 kilogram gold, and the tokens are generated on request of the customer. So when the customer comes and would like to generate tokens which are representing ownership of the physical gold, this is when the token is created, and we're very happy to partner with metals.io.
Thanks very much. Giorgio, do you want to go next?
Yes, so thank you so much for having me here. My name is Giorgio Donà, and I'm a lawyer qualified in Italy and Spain, and RWA is my passion. So since the term RWA was not invented, so in 2021, I started with the tokenization of a totally different commodity, which it was carbon credits at the time, with the project that it was quite successful at KlimaDAO, and I'm one of the founders. And I've always tried to see I always see the upside of having RWA tokenized. So basically removing the gates. We're going to talk about that later. So it has always been very, very interesting for me, this kind of venue. And I always continue with this. And now I'm working with Neumon Tech and as a CLO. And also I do a little bit of product when necessary. And I'm mainly focused on this. And I'm very, very happy to be here today because there is the launch of the Rare Earth Tech token, and with the most successful protocol for RWA in metals, because there's nothing else to say. You're the best. And also remember when I was still working at Klima, every time that they had to mention RWA is successful, it was always uranium.io. So I'm very, very, very happy to be here.
I really appreciate that. So let's dig into some of the themes. Let's start by looking at building tokenized commodities. So you're building separate things, and Giorgio, you've previously worked in a different asset class altogether. What surprised you guys the most about the gap between the theoretical promise of tokenization and then the operational reality of getting a product to market? We're all at different stages with products going live, but what's been the real challenge there, and what surprised you as part of that journey?
For me, for sure, I underestimated the adoption time. I did feel that the new technology will be much quicker to penetrate the traditional financial players, but it's just a sheer size, I guess, and different burdens, legacy, regulatory constraints, all of this put together lead to a very, very different timeline that I initially estimated. What is flip side is that currently I think we do see the turn of the huge supertanker towards the tokenized commodities, or more specifically metals, recently. And we see the development of the lending and borrowing markets, we see the developments of the perpetual markets, and since these are all based on the blockchain technology, we feel that sooner or later there will also be a shift of traditional players coming here. So the infrastructure has now been built, now the first money is coming in, and of course you are a big part of building that infrastructure, and then it just needs the first big players to come to the market for it to take off.
Brilliant. Giorgio, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I'm going to say something that not everyone will like, but that's why I'm here, right? So in this kind of asset class and in RWA, it's easy to build in 2026. It was very complicated before when, for instance, you launched. It was very, very complicated. The moment that you have the right partners, it's easy, let's say, okay? The most complicated thing is getting the adoption and getting like the market to pick up. Let me explain you what I mean with that. So these kind of markets, as they are, their nature is to be institutional. Okay, so institutional, there's many parties, traders. There's not really retails. Okay, it's very, very small part. So all these markets, they used to be only over the phone. So they would even not maybe take the call. So if you wanted to buy something from this kind of brokers or this kind of asset class, right? So with blockchain, we're removing those barriers, which is the most important thing. But even if we're doing it, even if we're successful, even if we have the best legal infrastructure, even if we have the best technological infrastructure, it's very complicated to have institutions to come to you. So the challenge and the gap now is to prove to the institutions that everything works properly, it works in the same way, and it gives you an advantage. Let me give you like I'm going to be very, very quick, but this is really something for me which is it's very hard for me. If you want to buy some kind of asset class and some commodities, you need to first know what you have to buy. Second, know where to buy it. Second, you need to call, and you need to wait that they take the call. You need to be accepted. You need to do the KYC. You need to do the KYB. You need to pay. So the wire takes 2-3 days. You need to get a quote. Maybe the quote changes. Everything is very, very, very complicated. With the use of blockchain, we can literally kill those barriers, and we can have everything much, much, much faster, and we are removing all the gates. So this is very, very, very important. And at the same time, traders and commodity traders that they're doing this since, I don't know, 20 years, 30 years, whatever, with us disrupting the market, meaning innovators, okay, disrupting the market, they have the feeling that, as somebody said, there are barbarians at the gate. So it's a little bit complicated for them to adopt the technology, but the moment that they will understand the technology can give them a huge edge, at that point there will be no gap. That's my take.
That's great. Let's move on from sort of the building and challenges to sort of thinking more practically around market structure, pricing, and what comes next. So, Alexander, tokenized gold is a pretty crowded space, whereas things like tokenized uranium are quite novel. But more broadly, what for you and the VNX team determines if a commodity or a metal is actually suited to tokenization versus to sort of crib from Arthur's presentation earlier, being a solution looking for a problem?
I think the key point is demand from the market, and I think we are discussing several other metals. For us, the key is the presence of the platform such as metals.io and a determined partner who can help this kind of distribution, so to say, happen, or adoption happen. That's the key, because per se, it's a product which was built in the search of the market fit. No, it should come the other way around. Market, a partner who can help distribute and market it, then I think it's worth considering.
Any thoughts, Giorgio, on that piece?
I think that you said everything absolutely perfectly, but of course, like, it requires a lot of knowledge to understand exactly what is the right model to follow. And of course, like, in the end, there's only one judge, the market. So there's not much that we can do. We can do all the theories that we want, but it's always yes or no. So there's nothing in between. So I think he said enough.
It's a really nice segue. It's almost like we prepared for this. So thanks, Giorgio. In terms of that piece around the market and the market being sort of king in all cases, how do you think what we're building and what's being built in terms of the tokenization of commodities can really move the needle in terms of pricing dynamics? So gold has deep, transparent spot and derivative markets. That's not the case in a lot of these other metals, and that's the opportunity, as I mentioned before, that we see. How, maybe starting with you, Giorgio, how does tokenization support and interact with that price discovery? And can on-chain markets genuinely improve the transparency and liquidity for traditional opaque commodities?
Okay, this, I think, is the best question that could ever been asked, because I really, really, really want to stress this point when somebody asks me and when there is this occasion. So the best use for blockchains and RWA is transparency and price discovery. As I said before, I really want to do that example again. The moment that you want to buy something and you have to call one broker, you will have one price and you don't know if the price is correct, and it's the same price that they're giving to someone else. If you will call another broker, he will give you another price because, I don't know, maybe he wakes up 2 hours before and he doesn't want to deal with you. So there is no price discovery in a lot of markets. While on the other hand, if we have these markets totally on the blockchain, we finally have price discovery, because when you own the website, you know exactly how much is trading and how much is the price. That's the most important thing. And that's also why in some kind of commodities markets, we innovators, I say we, everyone, we're hated, because there is a lot of people, a lot of traders, a lot of institutions that they make a lot of money on this gray area, and on these gray prices, on this gray area. So not everybody likes what we're doing. Maybe also that's one of the reasons I didn't say that, because the institutions, they do want to adopt us, as I said before. But on the other hand, from a technical standpoint, the blockchain is amazing for the price discovery. For instance, a market that is very illiquid. Okay, let's not talk about metals, but in general, a market of commodities that is very liquid and is very gray. First, you solve the problem of the gates, because you just need a wallet in order to access to that commodity. Second, we just said that we solved the price issue, which it's going to be transparent with the blockchain, because blockchain is numbers. Third, price discovery. A moment where you have a market that, again, is illiquid, or it's liquid but it's very deep, but you still do not have a price, you have the amazing system of liquidity pools. Liquidity pools are governed by the smart contract. Therefore, the moment that you buy, the price is going to change, and you can, with a single click and with a single smart contract, price something that it wasn't priced before, and that just moved in the price right before. So in my opinion, blockchain is absolutely necessary in these kind of markets, and is the true game changer for this kind of commodities market.
I mean, here, an important point from my point of view is what you're creating a waterhole. I mean, we're a token generator. We can, if you come to us, generate whatever, doesn't matter. We can do it. However, a single point, be it gold, be it silver, be it platinum, etc., is just one metal. What you're creating is a place where traders, where professional players would be coming to participate in this, that, or that market. And therefore, this waterhole concept is very, very important. That, I think, what you are doing, and I think that's what will move this market and will create acceptance.
Can I say just something else? Because everything is in my mind and I want to make everyone clear. So, for gold, for instance, we do not have this issue that I just said. But we can basically, because of course it's a totally different market, it's much more deep and liquid, but we can have like a same liquidity pool system on gold. And it will create like numerous new opportunities for trading, for price discovery. Again, maybe there's going to be like two different markets, like the physical or like the bank, let's say the bank or the blockchain. So it's so interesting, and this should be really applied for everyone. The blockchain is the problem solver. Sorry.
No, that's great. So that's an opportunity, right? I think we're all here because we believe in that the invisible hand of the market. And actually, I would summarize that as even if there is parallel liquidity pools to start, they're still of benefit. And actually, if you are an institutional player watching this live stream, there may be arbitrage opportunities that you should look at and participate. And so I think I'm conscious I want to give time for questions. Let's just do a rapid one sentence, maybe two, specifically Giorgio. Kind of in the next 12 months, what really needs to happen for this to sort of move into the stratosphere and be as successful as we think it can all be in terms of not metals.io, because we've got a lot of belief there, but tokenized commodities more generally?
In my view, metals.io would be the platform, waterhole. In order to drive liquidity, in order to drive interest from the traditional players, you have to have arbitrage opportunities, meaning it needs to be pools on different DeFi platforms. You need to have lending and borrowing markets. You have to have perpetual markets. And then you have to have some other financial products which are built on this. All of this will drive the volume and demand on the spot market at the metals.io. That's, if it's done for at least one or two products on the metals.io, will show a blueprint for the others, and in essence will confirm that these 12 months have been like MVP, which works, which functions, and it just needs to scale.
You're ready.
I just want to make sure we have time for questions, Giorgio.
Yeah. The only thing, I promised like to a colleague that I wouldn't do any bad jokes, but the only thing that I can say is that I hope that in the next 12 months, the market settles and the market's going to be flourishing, because now, of course, like there is a lot of uncertainty. So the only thing that I hope for myself and for everyone is that there's no, there's going to be certainties and not uncertainties. So that's what needs to happen.
No. Uncertainty is good. Volatility.
So it's almost like you want diversifying assets in uncertain markets, which maybe we've got the answer for. It says I've got 4 minutes left here. Are there any questions from the audience?
Who likes volatility in the markets?
Okay, I'll kick off. I have a question for you. Would you say we're still early in tokenized commodities, or have we already started seeing real traction?
I would like to answer that, because I started an RWA protocol in 2021. So, are we early? No. Why? Because now everybody is doing that. But as the market is saturated, not of course in our space, but as the market is saturated with RWAs everywhere, like only the good project will survive, meaning like that the market will cut out itself, like the other players that they won't be as good in operations and in what happens in the, let's call it back end, but like what happens that you don't see. Only those players will move up, while the others are just gonna die outside. So I don't think that we are early, but I think that there is a lot of players coming up now.
I'm going to hedge my bets on this one. So I think we're at the end of the beginning. And I think what I mean by that is that we're transitioning into a different phase as we think about tokenization. I think what we've proven with uranium.io is that model of taking an SPV, going and buying some assets and then tokenizing the shares of the SPV and creating the situation where you aren't holding the underlying, but you're holding something where you're exposed to the benevolence of the SPV sponsor. I think we're beyond that now.
I think what we've shown with common law frameworks like we've done on uranium and we'll be doing with other metals coming up and the teams have done here is that actually we're in the phase now where we're moving towards using blockchain and tokenization for what it's really meant to be for, which is evolving and improving the market infrastructure to break down all of those barriers, to deliver on the promise that blockchain, when I was at Morgan Stanley, was sort of the fear that we all had, is that it's going to revolutionize the market infrastructure and what are our trading desks going to do, what are our portfolio managers going to do. Actually, what we've been doing until recently is building things in silos that are new assets, that are interesting, that deliver phenomenal returns for people that have made lots of and lost lots of money. But actually, I think we're now in this phase where people are looking, to echo the theme of today seemingly, to actually solve real problems with the technology. And I think that's what we're fortunate enough that within the Tezos ecosystem we can do, because we've got great technology. And we're really excited and seeing a lot of interest, not just from a participation perspective, which is great, but also from a business perspective, in people starting to recognize the opportunity in this sort of business, as I would call metals.io, sort of trying to transform those markets.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience?
Please ask us question.
No. Okay then. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. It was a really interesting topic and a fantastic announcement. Thank you, Ben. Now, task questions. I believe there is another secret word that you might be waiting for, so I will say it again in my radio voice. The secret word is physical. I repeat, physical. Good luck. Now, we're zooming out to the bigger picture. For a long time, crypto yield has been mostly limited to crypto-native users. But that's starting to change. Institutions are coming in, adoption is broadening, and on-chain earnings are starting to come to people, to users that have never even heard of a smart contract. So we have now a panel that brings together a great mix of perspectives. So moderating the panel will be Ryan Rodenbaugh, CEO and co-founder of Vaults.fyi. Joining him we'll have Arthur Braidman, co-founder of Tezos, Owen Simonin, aka Asher, founder and CEO of Myria, and Dimitri Kovaleski, founder of Angie. Give it up for the panel.
All right, how's everybody doing? Good, can we get a little bit of energy going into this panel? All right. Thank you. I know it's us and maybe one more before you guys can start drinking, but please, I think we'll have a lot of interesting stuff to talk about today. My name's Ryan, co-founder, CEO of a company called Vaults.fyi. I have a single API to integrate DeFi into your products, and I'll kick it over to our panelists just to introduce themselves real quickly, and then we'll get into it.
Hi. Owen Simonin, CEO of Myria, stacking provider.
Hi, I'm Arthur Braidman, co-founder of Tezos.
I'm Dmitry Kovaleski, founder of Angie, on-chain cloud DEX.
Awesome. Well, if I had to say what one or two of the big themes of this week feel like, DeFi Earn is definitely one of the topics that it feels like everybody is very interested in. And so I'm curious to speak with some of our panelists today about, as you, because I think there's a version of this panel where we could come out here and we could say, hey, everything's going great. Everybody's starting to integrate these earned products into their suites. Like, it feels like things are kind of going in the right direction. I guess from what you guys are seeing or starting to integrate, what are the things that are still being solved to get companies comfortable with integrating DeFi, or kind of challenges that still exist out there? I'll leave it as an open-ended question. Feel free.
I just can imagine from my talks with from people from brokerages. So we're not. A lot of them were launched like a TradFi yield. For example, companies who offer services for SMEs in Europe. A lot of them are launching yield products, but they are mostly based on T-bills. And I think when it comes to discussing crypto, first it's hard for them to measure the risks, and especially career risks for them, because if they put client money into BlackRock, even if something goes wrong, it's all okay. But crypto is very hard to measure. Like, there is the resolve incident. It's hard to reason about, and it's a wrong situation to be in to address it to your boss. And secondly, I guess regulation and the need to be able to convert to stables. But this is getting solved, I think, right now.
Yeah, I think the thing that I find interesting around yield in crypto is that there's an arbitrage that's still not been closed, in the sense that you've had structurally higher yields in crypto than you had in other lending markets in dollars terms, and you can't explain it only by the risk. Some people will say like, oh, crypto is risky. It's like, I mean, not necessarily. So I guess one part of the risk is like, if you are unable to tell the difference between, like an Aave and a Luna, for example, then yes, that is a risk, because you need to understand, but I don't think it's that profound to know the difference. The second thing is a smart contract risk. But I think even accounting for all these risks, like the yields have been much, much higher. So second category explanation is that there's a capital shortage that's willing to lend in crypto because institutional lenders don't want to touch DeFi pools or others for regulatory reasons. Those have been historically the two. And of course, the yield varies. There's a strong correlation between being in a bull market and having higher yields in crypto, because at the end of the day, the yield comes from people wanting to have leverage, primarily in crypto, and that's the source, and that is much more prevalent in bull markets. There's also other sources of yields that you see. You see sources of yield in staking, and even if you want to yield in dollar term, like staking hedged by perps, like on Tezos in particular, but on a bunch of other coins. The market between like properly staking your coin and shorting a perp, which synthetically give you dollar yield, is also not closed, and it's a bit surprising why that's not the case.
From the retail market and from my YouTube community and this kind of thing, I feel that people are looking to invest in two kinds of things. One kind of investor are looking for high yield, always looking for the last liquidity providing, sometimes the last staking solution. And one kind of investor are looking for the reliable yield. And from that point, it's always funny to see that from the point of view of the user, DeFi user, they have to look to find and to understand all chain, all protocol, and all solution to get the yield. And from the side of institution, they just want to integrate the partner, allowing people to access to a regulated path to get this yield. So I think we will need a few years more to have the answer of what is the best way to get the yield, and also what kind of yield we have to distribute to people.
Yeah, great points all around. And Dimitri, I'm glad you brought up risk, because I think it's a very challenging thing, because if you think back to the last time crypto really went heavy on pushing yield onto users, it wound up being the Celsius, FTX, Gemini Earn exploding. And so I think there's a lot of people that have some PTSD from that. Obviously, this time around, it's very different in that everything now is kind of on-chain. But on-chain introduces kind of a new set of risk vectors. I think, as we saw probably this past weekend with Resolve and all of that, which again, I think was something people wouldn't expect. So How are you guys thinking about kind of this new wave of risks and how we can better communicate some of the things that exist now with smart contracts and all of that?
Yeah, it is a communication challenge again, because people tell you like, well, the risk is high because the yield is high because there's lots of risk, and you say like, actually not that much, and you say, well, look at this and look at that, and it's so silly because when you look at something like Celsius, they had a fantastic business, they potentially had a fantastic business model, which is collect the yield on DeFi on the one hand, do like like well collateralized lending, and the other hand, offer a money market, like that institutions can plug in or people can plug in and get a high yield, and they could have done this, and they could have earned a ton of money, and slept very well, and instead of that, they had to do the dumb thing, and do a bunch of unsecured loans and get into like liquidity provision as a sort of yield, even though it wasn't hedged, and they did all this, dumb shit. So it's I think people sometimes throw the word greed around when they just mean like wanting to make money, but this is, I think the definition of greed is wanting to make money in this, in a stupid way where you get, in your own way, and that's what you saw here. So it's hard to convince people that no, there's nothing like the yield is strictly higher because of capital shortage and not because of all of these problems, but that that is true. You have protocols where there's a lot of controls and you can see exactly what's going on and which have survived very, very well through a lot of adversarial conditions and which still have structurally much higher yields than money markets.
Yeah, I think the big problem for like broad retail, offering these products to broad retail, is the complexity of the crypto products. So basically the platforms like Celsius, they kind of abstracted all that complexity and just offered flat yield. But that ended in like custodial credit risks of these lenders. And if we offer like the DeFi platforms directly to the users, then we need to somehow explain it to them, and this is kind of complex because you need to make retail user understand that he's putting this not to your brokerage, but to like Aave, for example, through your brokerage, and this I think this is a challenge in itself.
Yeah, I think great points. I think abstraction is kind of a double-edged sword, right? Sometimes it's good to understand what's happening underneath the hood. And I guess thinking a little bit more broadly too about where the future of sort of earn goes in crypto, right now the majority of what people are doing is variable rate lending. Obviously there are things like Pendle, which are immensely popular and kind of bring more fixed term components in. I'm curious if you guys have kind of seen anything interesting or have any kind of hypotheses around when fixed term lending or other types of lending could become more popular?
I mean, one way is just to kind of do it under the hood and just offer fixed term lending for retail. Or SMEs, for example, in Europe, which is like a probably better market. One way to think about it, I think, is just like a user acquisition channel, because you can just offer a bit higher yield for like fixed term, for like a reasonable size of like deposit, just to attract users, and I think it works extremely well.
Basically, it's a lot of institutional actors looking for fixed terms yield. The problem is you have to add an additional layers, basically, and if you add an additional layers, you are also adding an additional risk in your investment. So from the retail, I never hear about people looking for fixed yield only, so predictable finance is always interested, but I think that at the moment it's not the priority of many users.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have also to look at the demand. So essentially, like, people are, it's not just people are lending, in variable instant rates. They're also borrowing in instant rate. And you would think that from a borrower perspective, if you want to go, like, if you want to, leverage your assets, you might want to lock in a funding rate so that you don't get pushed out of your position with the funding rates. But I think a lot of it is short-term trading. So people are not that concerned with, like, they don't want to say, like, I don't want to hold this position for 6 months. So probably it's the demand side of the equation, and you can still offer long-term rates and locked rates, but then it means someone has to take basically the risk, and someone has to say, like, hey, I'm willing to take that swap.
and to make the market here and carry this like rate trade on my books. And there's just not that many, like, first of all, there's not that many people who know how to price this well. And second, there's not that much capital who's like in DeFi and sophisticated enough to want to like go and make a market in this.
Well, speaking of not knowing how to price collateral types well sometimes, if there's another big theme I'm kind of coming across this week, it is everyone trying to get RWAs into their products in some way, shape, or form. Most of the attempts at this historically have been things kind of like private credit or real estate, which I think for a number of reasons are not particularly suited to be brought on chain. But Arthur, obviously you guys are doing a ton now with metals.io. I'd love to kind of hear from you too how you imagine these commodity-like products kind of fitting into the earn stack and kind of user activity here. I mean, either as collateral or wherever that may sit.
Yeah, so I think part of the issue is that a lot of the early issuers of RWAs were essentially people who were looking at blockchain as distribution channels. So they were saying like, hey, this is like 2017, 2018. There's a lot of people who made a lot of money in this space. And you know what? I bet they're very upset that they hold these very volatile thing. And they want nothing more than to get into my real estate project. And I haven't been able to raise money for my real estate project. I know I'll put it at risk. And of course, there's just no product market fit here because the type of investors who's interested into real estate is very different from the type of investors who hold a token. I think there's far more overlap with commodities. A lot of the people I know that got really early into Bitcoin, for example, and I mean like 2012, they were people who were commodity traders. And commodity traders got it. The equity traders, they were like, where's the discounted cash flow? Commodity traders is like, no, it's supply and demand. I get that. So I think there's more of a impedance match with commodities, but even with uranium, we found it quite hard. So lots of interest from institutions, but they're like, they're cautious because it's a token. Whereas the crypto public, it's there, but they're like, yeah, is this going to make me a millionaire by Sunday? Right. So we're still in this kind of like a little bit of a no man's land in between that needs to be tweaked to really get this adoption. But I do think that commodities stand a better chance than real estate. And one of the advantages as well is that the regulation around commodities is closer to the regulation around cryptocurrencies, and so that makes it much easier, much more to put them into exchanges and dexes and all of that. Now, to your question, and to like getting onto the earning stack, it depends if people want to get leverage against them. It's also possible that a lot of people will end up getting their leverage via perps. So sometimes people point to perps and say, see, we don't need a spot market. We don't need a lending market. That's quite true, because if you want your perp to be in line, someone needs to take the other side. And then that might be someone replicating the exposure synthetically by taking a spot position and borrowing against it. So maybe we see some of that, but it's a bit early for that.
Yeah, I'd say that like retail is mostly attention driven, and so I wished we added oil as well in the past few weeks. So like before that, I don't imagine a lot of people trading oil retail, but like in the rest weeks, I think we'd have quite a lot of attention and volume and activity. So yeah, you should just really add those assets and hope that you will not need them, but if something happens, then you will have volume. I think also like probably we're in a new environment now, where macro makes more sense. There's unfortunately more events, and so there might be more activities in commodities and also currencies. So yeah, that might be more interesting for retail now.
There's a saying, I'm not claiming there's some truth to it, it's not 100% true, but there's a saying that says that stocks take the stairs up and the elevator down, and commodities take the elevators up and the stairs down. And that's the thing with commodities. It's like you said, it's like sometimes they just spike to ridiculous amounts very, very quickly, and then yes, you get a lot of interest. If this happens to uranium, I would predict that yes, people would get a lot of interested. It's like it's the old meme. It's like uranium at this price, like no one's interested. Uranium at 10 times the price, like now I want to buy it.
Yeah, I think when I think about RWAs, what I'm really excited about is just having better additional forms of collateral in lending markets in crypto, really. one of my favorite examples here is if you go to Base, which is a big network for DeFi activity, and there are Morpho markets there, it's almost entirely one collateral. It's all borrowing activity almost exclusively against CBBTC. So like for some of these networks, for some of these protocols as well, it really is just finding one great asset people want to borrow against and sort of going from there.
Yeah, but people don't buy an asset because it's collateral in some sense. You know, it's not like these people say like, geez, I want to borrow. I know I'll buy some Bitcoin and then I'll borrow against it. They want to hold Bitcoin in the first place, and then they happen to want a loan. So, you know, it has to start with like people wanting the assets to begin with. Right. Or, you know, like maybe already like being holders of the asset and saying like, sure, I own this thing anyway. Now that it's tokenized, I get to like borrow against it, which is more convenient.
I think for retail, it usually starts with a bad trade. So you buy a lot of some commodity, and then it goes down, and you start to borrow against it to not close the position.
Yeah, we'll kind of segue in a bit. You know, we've talked maybe a little bit more here about kind of some of the institutional side and what all that looks like and may feel like. And something I've been kind of thinking about when it comes to Earn and kind of DeFi generally is what does like the, you know, what Robinhood kind of did for stocks, maybe Revolut did for something like Forex. What does that look like today for DeFi? And I know you're kind of building something here as well. I'd love to maybe hear about that and kind of how you're thinking about that coming together.
It's always too complex to answer to this question because this market is going so fast. And I think the Robinhood of tomorrow is very complex to think today, but that can be Robinhood or Revolut. The problem, but is it a problem? That is the question. But finally, at the end of the day, blockchain is just a technological basis. So it's a way to distribute, to hold, and to interact with different kind of assets, from crypto, from stablecoin, or also RWA and all assets behind this family. But at the end of the day, users are looking for a very simple interface. Institutions are looking for regulatory path and compliance. And basically, you have to hide this regulatory path, this KYC, all this different friction when you have to onboard a customer to being able to distribute your product and, if it's possible, earn module and yield with that. So I would not be surprised if Revolut or Robinhood become one of the big companies of tomorrow, but I think behind the scene will be some tech provider, basically DeFi protocol or also staking provider and this kind of thing, able to answer with financial and compliance flows to this distributor.
Yeah, I guess riffing on the compliance flows a bit, one, what does that kind of look like for you? And sort of connected to that as well, I imagine you've spent a lot of time talking with regulators. Arthur, you've probably spent a lot of time, more than maybe you wish, talking with regulators. Dmitry, maybe a little bit earlier on that front. How has their understanding been as you're sort of explaining to them the flows of, hey, yes, we're going to allow our users to deposit into this DeFi protocol where they're then going to take out leverage and move their position on this other chain? And like, how savvy are you finding the people in these conversations?
We have two different kinds of discussion. The first one is about the custody, because you have the segregation of the funds inside of your company and the different things you will follow to use and to place the fund of your customers. But from the technical side, from staking, it's different because you just have to explain and to vulgarize the risk. For example, the first native staking, I correct me if I'm wrong, but it's Tezos in 2017, 2016?
2018.
So when we discovered the staking, that was the first yield product based on proof of stake, and we really appreciate that for what? Because for the first time, in 2017 for just mining, now Meria, we was able to provide a yield from bank's deposit without taking the risk of custody. That's exactly the kind of discussions that we have with the regulator. That's why we have to categorize and to explain the different kind of risks from staking to DeFi product, because you have different layers of risk, and finally RWA, because it's different to have endogenous yield from like staking and exogenous risk and yield from RWA. Right. So it's different kind of discussion, but yes, from the staking and the yield, it's more a technical approach and the way that we will use some API audits risk, because you always have some risk in your protocol, and the way that you will distribute a yield on an asset without taking any risk in the path.
So, I mean, I don't have that many conversations. I think the last time we've had some conversation, they've been around uranium, and like it's not even directly with the regulators. It's like with people who deal with the regulators. And I think one difficulty is them understanding that just because something is on a blockchain and is a token doesn't mean it's crypto.
Sure.
And for a lot of people, they still think this way. They see like tokenized uranium. You know, it's like, you know, it's a title, like it's a commodity. Clearly, it's not a crypto product. It's not a crypto token. It's like, oh, but wait, but you know, there's a private key and there's it's on a blockchain. That's crypto. But fundamentally, it's so, you know, it's funny because I remember years ago regulators saying like, oh, you know, regulation need to be technology neutral. You know, you think that you're different just because you're on a blockchain, but actually, it's kind of the opposite. It's like things have been treated differently and in general more poorly because they're on a blockchain. Not always, than when they're on a blockchain. The counter example to this is stablecoins, which, you know, if anyone tried to do stablecoins not on a blockchain, they would have been stopped immediately. But like if you did it on a blockchain, that was all right. That was the exception.
And did that just come from a moment in time, or, you know, like, talk about that?
I think it's a matter of focus. I don't quite understand it. But you know, if PayPal had tried to like run the way that USDC was being run or anything like that by not KYCing any customer and letting all the transfer and then saying like, oh well, you know, if we get a report, we'll freeze some accounts, they would have had lots of trouble. But you could do it if you were doing it on a blockchain. And the regulators were not focused on that. They were extremely focused on other aspects like what they perceived to be issuers of crypto tokens, all of that took the front and center. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's a bit of a moment in time because it depends what they're focused on and how they think about the problem and where they think like the risks are.
Yeah, very interesting. I think, you know, kind of on some of this as well, one of the more forward-looking things, you know, I've been thinking about with my business, and I'll kind of pose this question to you guys, is I've been thinking a lot about kind of like who our users are today, and like if these are the people that in 2 years from now will still kind of be our largest segment of users. Like really kind of forward thinking of, okay, are the people here today still going to be the ones, you know, in some time from now? I'm curious how kind of you guys are thinking about that, and maybe even your roadmaps as well. Like the customers, the profiles, the ICPs that you have today, do you still think that they will be the majority of your, you know, however you measure it, volume, economic activity, et cetera, in 1, 2 years from now? Or what kind of new categories are you finding yourself excited about?
I think we can create the next wave of adoption. Everybody here in this room want to live again 2021.
Yeah.
The problem is we can't control that. And I think we reached the point where the next wave of adoption is not about convince crypto skeptic. It's to work on interface, UX, integrate institution and distributor, and providing the chain, the stack of technology to being able to answer of all the regulatory necessities from the different regulator, especially in France, and of course to address directly the final user, but through an institution. It's a bit funny because it's one intermediaries, and basically when we think about Bitcoin and this whole ecosystem, so we are working to reduce intermediaries, but we have to work with people already holding the trust of final user. Yes. So step by step and month after month, we are reducing the number of B2C and retail customers that we have with Meria, and we are distributing more and more exchanges, institutions, platforms, banks, distributing after us with our stacking stacks, the yield to the final customer. So more B2B2C.
Sure.
Yeah, a difficulty if you're in the L1 business, and sometimes you don't necessarily know who your users are. Sometimes you do. So for example, there's a big art community on Tezos, and it's easy to know because they're active on social media. So you know, like
they let themselves be known.
An amazing art community, yes.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But other times you don't know. You know, it can be in DeFi, it can be in projects. So like it can be hard to know. People want to be anonymous, and so compared to almost any other like tech business today, you have a lot less knowledge of your users than you would if they've onboarded for you. If you have an email, and in essence, like if you take a business, the business which have distribution like exchanges and wallets know a lot more about user behavior because you have a wallet, you can you see the transaction, you see the pattern, you can send like notification, you can see what people react to. You can see what they're interested in. You get a lot more information. Same thing with exchanges. Exchanges have demographics, have like loads and loads and loads of information. They can see those trends. They know what get people to take. It's a lot harder if you don't have access to this data. In terms of like who are the next users that are going to be crypto natives, it depends on the product. I think there's still going to be some very crypto native product 5 years from now that really cater to a crypto audience and it's going to be its own niche. And then hopefully what we're going to see is we're going to expand in 2 different areas, and some of them where the crypto bits and rails will be more visible. Some of them where they will be less visible. But ultimately, it's not like a replacement. It's more of an addition of different type of community and different type of users.
Dimitri, I'll come back to you on this, but I just wanted to follow up on something real quick. I'm curious if between Etherlink and Tezos, kind of, if you've seen like new user populations pop up to the best as you can tell, or what you're seeing there too.
Yeah. So we had some incentive campaigns around DeFi on Etherlink, and that did bring new people who were more into the EVM world and who had not really been active on Tezos or on DeFi, and who came in and participated in the campaign, and some of them stayed and are still active in this environment. So we did see some new users, but it's still very much in the crypto native ranks.
Absolutely. I will mention we just added support for Etherlink on vaults.fyi as well, so you can access all your DeFi there. And Dimitri, kind of same question to you. I know you're much kind of early in the journey here, so.
Yeah, so currently it's mostly crypto natives, but I think in the future, it will be just regular users who would come because our platform is better than the TradFi equivalents. I mean, we have some technological advantages, like settlement is instant, for instance. We have some regulatory arbitrage. It's like easier to onboard. We see that stable coins are getting more and more adopted, and currently it's, I think, the most difficult part in onboarding non-crypto natives is to have them get stable coins from their bank accounts, for example. Yeah. And that is getting easier and easier. And so in a few years, I think the stable coins would be the kind of the standard that they hold. So then, I mean, if in the near future we would have users with stable coins already, then getting them to trade on a DEX would be even easier than getting them to trade on like Forex brokerage or like Robinhood. So yeah, I think we'll get tokenized stocks. We're starting to get in tokenized stocks, getting commodities. So basically we would have a lot of assets in the same context of a chain. And that would be much better than what they have right now for the instruments. Because I think in the US, you cannot even cross-margin stocks and a futures position, for example, like in the brokerage, because it's like different exchanges, so you have different accounts. And it will be possible to offer this on-chain because it's like same context.
Yeah, I noticed actually in our conversation on RWAs, we actually didn't talk much about tokenized stocks, and it feels like one of these categories that everyone's kind of perpetually very excited about. No perpetual pun intended, but continuously very excited about. And at the same, we've seen some acquisitions there, right? Kraken just bought X stocks, but still it feels like on-chain volumes are relatively muted for on-chain stocks. Like, I'm curious in that category as well, where you see, your example makes a lot of sense, but where else maybe that makes sense for users?
I think it's interesting the popularity, at least, if not in usage, at least in narrative of tokenized stock, and we took a bit of a different approach. So if you look at tokenized stocks, and a lot of them are saying like, oh wow, we tokenize NVIDIA stocks. From my perspective, it's like if you want to buy NVIDIA, you have so many options. You have so many ways to buy it. So many brokers will sell it to you. And I think what they were after is like people who do not have a brokerage account. They got, their first exposure to finance was using crypto. They have a wallet, they have money in their wallets, and they've heard of NVIDIA, it's a cool stock. They just want to buy it, and so they buy that, and they have access to it. So you're really marketing to like crypto users, like heavy crypto users who also want to diversify their portfolio. It's a bit more than that, like Dimitri was saying, it's like, hey, you can actually like, even if you have a brokerage, maybe you want to hold your stock in a way that gives you instant settlement, should you wish to sell, or access to, like different borrowing markets. So yeah, there are some benefits beyond this, but from my perspective, in terms of tokenization, I've been more interested in trying to get long tail products which are super interesting, like that, people might want to invest in, but which are not widely available. And so, in a sense, when you tell them, when we say like, oh, RWAs, what is it going to be like? Well, the big things are tokenize NVIDIA stocks and tokenize US treasuries. It's quite accessible. So uranium it's a very, very different play in a sense. It's like, hey, this thing is interesting. And on top of that, we are the only game in town if you want to own it. That is, it's different take.
But the crypto world is always creating incentive to bring liquidity. So when you check X stocks, by holding your NVIDIA stocks directly on side of your wallet, you will generate points from X stocks.
Sure.
So the company working between Kraken, the new acquisitor, or the new owner of X stocks, and also Nasdaq, to bring traditional finance inside of blockchain, and you are generating points. And of course, one day probably earn something like hyperliquid BIS. I don't know, but this kind of promise is also something from crypto and for crypto native people. And I think at the moment, the tokenized stocks are more looking for native and crypto users. And traditional finance is about to come and to use this kind of path.
I would also add, like Arthur mentioned, that a lot of users actually can't access US stock markets still, especially in emerging markets. And so having tokenized stocks can really make a difference for them. So if you're outside of US and Europe, then sometimes having access to US stock market is really difficult. So in such edge cases, I think tokenized stocks can make a lot of sense. But I also understand that stocks is really difficult because you have like corporate actions, you have dividends, and so it's might be painful to set up, but hopefully it is done correctly.
Not single name perps are one way to do it. We haven't like single name perp tools on stocks are interesting. And
actually funny, but like in brokerage, some retail clients, they have strong preference for like spot stocks over CFDs. I don't know whether it translates.
Everybody okay back there? Just camera.
No.
Oh.
Okay. Someone fell in the back. I hope they're all right.
Okay, all right.
All right.
See thumbs up. Don't want to.
We see some thumbs up. Let's go.
Don't want to be callous if someone's hurt.
Yeah, I was saying that anecdotally, some retail clients had preference on like stocks over CFDs for like single name trading. I don't know if it translates for perps or like if perps are fine. Yeah.
Please.
No, also like some people have preference for dividend-paying stocks.
Yeah.
Which, it's more of an annoyance than anything.
Impossible to explain.
Interesting. Cool. All right. Well, I guess coming back around, just again, sort of on this go forward, I think one of the other themes we've seen out of the kind of mega companies has been trying to kind of do every financial action under one umbrella. So Robinhood, of course, leaning very heavily into crypto. Coinbase, I believe, sort of channeling, or maybe they've launched already, like stock trading or something like that. I'm kind of curious, especially on the Maria side, like you have both the consumer business, you have the custody business, of course. Like, how do you think about trying to, because you also mentioned this B2B to C strategy. So how do you compare that to evolving yourself into this single platform where you can kind of do everything for your users in a single place?
In terms of regulation, it's too complex to have everything in a single app. First of all, because when you are looking about Twitter, you think that people just don't want only finance, they also want communication, social network, AI, an investment tool at the same place. So creating the X, again, that will be complicated. And the second thing is you need different kind of license to distribute cryptocurrency. That will probably be different in the future than distributing stable coin. Like in France, you need to be MiCA to distribute some cryptocurrencies, and you will need another license to be able to distribute some yield on stablecoin. And finally, you also have for any RWA, considerate and categorize as equity today, that will be security, and you need to be MiFID. So I truly think that will be two different jobs to provide the platform and the one-stop shop of investment tools and products, has creating the network, like blockchain or centralized distribution network, or finally the technical stack like staking, building block, MEV, etc. So I think you can target to be the biggest one and to create this tool, but it's different kind of work, and today it's not the job that we do at Meria. And finally, we have to be specialized in one segment and one path if we want to be able to provide and to create value and to distribute it through biggest platform.
Well, as we're coming up on time, I want to thank everyone for listening today, of course. I'm curious, what is something in crypto right now that you guys are most excited about? Besides, of course, what you're working on, whether it's something you're playing around with, something that you're sort of eagerly following, either on the research side, on the new launches. Curious what you'd suggest the audience give some attention to.
There's one thing I like, and it's not an endorsement. It's an endorsement of the idea. I don't know about the execution. I haven't looked into it, but I think there's this thing called Venturals, which are doing like single name perps on pre-IPO stocks, and it speaks to me because one of my first projects in crypto was in 2012. I tried to pitch that. It did not pan out, but it was built on Bitcoin, a futures exchange for pre-IPO stock at the time where people really wanted to trade like Twitter and Facebook and all that before the IPO. I think one of the reason for the success of crypto is that people have been cut off from early stage investing for a long time, and at the same time as like tech has grown immensely. We're seeing today a lot of tech giants which are still private, like the major AI labs, and there may be some IPOs coming, but I think there's far too little businesses go public, which is very unfortunate. And so trying to bring some form of liquidity to private markets or like to some form of access is it's a great mission, and I hope it pans out because that's extremely exciting.
Love that use case.
I'm mostly excited about spot and trading developments. I think we would have more and more plays on composability and things that it can unlock. Yeah.
An aggregator of aggregator. We are creating the first tool where we aggregate our solution, but also all of our competitor. And it's for final user, and we are working on it for more than 2 years. And so, for the moment, we are still building it. But yeah, I'm a bit enthusiastic from that.
Very nice. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for listening. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, hello, thank you. Great conversation. Now, before we move to the next panel, I think I have a third and final secret word to disclose. Who's interested in that? No one, so I will not say it? Okay, I will still say it. The secret word is yield. I repeat, yield. Good luck. Now, as a final panel of the day, to close out this incredible day, we're turning to something that is and has always been at the heart of the Tezos ecosystem, digital art. From generative systems to immersive exhibitions, this space keeps moving forward. And this panel will explore how artists and creators are using these new tools and formats to push their craft forward. Moderating the panel is Vincian Jones, our partner manager at Trilitech. Then we have Alexandra Art, head of art at Trilitech. Brian Beccafico, art advisor and curator. We have Patrick Tresset, artist. And last person is Georg Eckmeyer, artist and researcher. Give it up for the panel.
Thank you, everyone, and all the speakers for joining us today to speak about the future of digital creativity. So we have amazing speakers with us on stage. To kick us off, we have Alexandra Art, who's going to give us a bit of an intro to what Art on Tezos is, what we're doing as Art on Tezos, and some of the amazing programming that has taken place over the past couple of years.
Woohoo! Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, wonderful. And there's someone to click through the slides, right? Actually, do we have a clicker? Because I think this will be quite hard without the clicking. Okay, wonderful. So you should be able to see all of us soon on the screen. Can I just, as a warm-up, can you lift your hand if you've ever collected any art? Just like any art. Okay, that's a good crowd. And can you lift your hands if you collected an NFT on Tezos? Oh wow, the hands are only getting higher. Okay, this is great. I know we have thousands of viewers online as well, so thank you everyone for joining. We'll be brief because we have to make it for the art show after this. So long story short, Art on Tezos marked 5-year anniversary this year, which is a big hallmark in the grand scheme of things. And in our team is Vincian Jones. We also have Josh from our team here. And we work across several pillars. And today we're joined by artists and curators who are active in the ecosystem. And later in the panel, everyone will introduce themselves and have slides to show you. I'm going to contextualize a few things that we do and pass on the words to Vincian to continue from here. So first and foremost, at the heart of the ecosystem, we have artists, collectors, community. This involves writers. We've had over 500,000 artworks bought over the last year, and millions available if anyone wants to check it out. We have many different marketplaces, from long-form generative art to HTML, 3D, Object, as many of you know, are very popular. Also, Theia is a DAO. So you also have platforms that offer different infrastructure solutions. As you've heard earlier today, there's the roadmap to Tezos X, and that is a big part of our work also, to make sure all the different builders on the ecosystem are aware of the changes that are taking place. And then mainly we also have programming that is part of what we're doing today. So we're just gonna jump in. Some of the programming is online, some of it is physical. It spans across the world, so some of the online initiatives are targeted at creators who can't always travel to destinations like here, and they can participate online. So last year we launched the Photography Prize. We have monthly art commissions on Tezos where emerging creators are invited to create new work and they get a stipend towards it. We have micro grants, we have exhibitions. The list goes on and on. We also have in real life events. So last year we launched Art on Tezos as an umbrella brand, and it kicked off in Berlin and took place later on in Buenos Aires. These are often either events led by our team or also by local communities. For example, Tez Arts Montreal took place last year for its third consecutive year, which is a really big event in Canada. And we've also participated at Perry Photo together with Artverse Gallery and Object One, which is one of the major photography fairs in Paris. Moving from that,
I'll speak a little bit about our institutional partnerships. Art on Tezos has a long history of working with museums around the world and being chosen by museums as well as their technology or blockchain of choice. MoMA, for example, has used Tezos in their past when they displayed Rifek Anadol. Currently, we have a number of institutional partnerships on the go. If you find yourself in Lyon, in France, you can explore an exhibition by When New Atelier that opened recently at the beginning of March. We are also working closely with HEC, the House of Electronic Arts in Basel, Switzerland. And we have plans to showcase works both online and in person during the Art Basel Week coming up in June. And also, if you find yourself in New York, please do stop by the Museum of the Moving Image to see an amazing commission by Sarah Friend and Ye-Won Song, who are exploring blockchain as a medium. So these are just a few examples of the institutions that we've worked with. The idea behind these institutional partnerships is to provide a way to educate a greater public who might not come across digital art in their day-to-day online, who may step into museums without having known that art on the blockchain exists, and to educate them within those contexts. It's also really interesting and important for artists to work within institutional contexts, so it provides a platform for a lot of artists who are looking for that next stage in their artistic career. And it also provides a lot of really important context when it comes to the history of digital art and art on the blockchain. And going back a little bit to community programming and what we do online, one of our very long-running initiatives is the Tezos Tuesday Collecting, which has started, I think, back in May of 2024. So it's been going for 2 years almost. And here are just a few of the guests that we've had. And we have a guest, a past Tezos Tuesday guest as well, Brian here. So how it works is every 2 weeks, a collector is given 500 Tez to explore and collect with on Tezos. So they're announced from the Tezos handle. They collect from the artists who share their works in the replies, and from their own exploring through the Tezos marketplaces. And we're very glad to have Brian here today, who is an art advisor and curator, who will talk a little bit about his background. He was previously head of digital art at Sotheby's Paris, and he'll speak as well about his Tezos Tuesday curation.
Sure, thank you. That was nice to do. I mean, the challenge is to keep it up to the 500 Tez budget, because I guess on Tezos it's a place where people like me that are a bit of art chronic accumulator, that's sort of anytime I see something I just want to own it, is a bit of a challenge to keep it. But one of the things that I really enjoy in Tezos that I don't think you get quite as much on other chain is the cultural diversity that you can find on Tezos. One of the reasons to that was that when the big NFT moment happened, minting fees were quite high, and let's face it, if you're someone living in Indonesia, where the average monthly income is about $300, you're not going to spend $50 minting an NFT. And so on Tezos, especially on Object and various marketplaces that exist, you get to meet a lot of artists coming from places that usually does not have access to the broader art markets. Artists from Africa, artists from Southeast Asia, South America, and in the creation that I did for the Tezos Tuesday, it's really, really shown, because there might be a couple of American artists, but much broadly diverse than, I would say, the reality of the trad art market, where pretty much 70% of global value auctioned off by auction houses in the world is auctioned by New York. So there's an American dominance, hegemony almost, that make it so that if you're an artist, you're not living in Paris, London, or New York, there's no way you can really make a huge career for yourself unless you get to be internationally recognized and stuff like that. But I think that is one thing that Object and Tezos in general has provided to the art world, is access for artists from those regions to be able to get to know their art, get collectors from across the world, and make a sustainable living. Prices on Tezos are often much lower than what you can find on ETH, but this, I would say, socio-economical reality of living in an emerging country make it so that even if you're selling artwork for $100 a piece, if you're living in a country where the average income is $300 a month, that's something that is sustainable for an artist. And here we have an artwork from Mirai Cotulus. It's an animation, so it doesn't really give as much justice like that, but both of those artists are from Turkey, for example. And the first exhibition I did was how artists, especially from Kurdistan, have used crypto to flee terrorism, to flee ISIS during the war in Syria. And crypto is a way, I believe, in the ideas of decentralized ideal of zero knowledge proof, of cypherpunk ideals, this idea of being able to free yourself from state-owned currency, state-owned control. And censorship is still very much a reality in today's art world. And I believe that, without Tezos, without NFTs in general, artists like Mirai, artists like Kubilai wouldn't have been able to make a career for themselves and exist in the broader art world. The same thing here, like Lauren, I believe, is that those are two artists from South America. This is an amazing scene in South America, and I still as well believe it's, in South America, even in the last century, there's been a lot of political instability and stuff. So they are really, to me, the future of both crypto and the future of the art world is being able to onboard those people from emerging countries, from Africa, from South America, from Southeast Asia, which demographically, in any ways, going to represent the majority of the world, and already is in some aspects. So yeah, in that regard, I invite anyone that likes art and that likes to discover artwork that you would never see in the gallery in Cannes, in Paris, in New York. That's where you can get those artists, and that's where you can, I believe, discover the most interesting artists of their generation that, if you were not from those countries, you would never have the chance to discover, to be fair.
Thank you so much. And next up, we have Patrick Tresser, who has been working for the past 20 years exploring the representation of humans through computational systems, AI, and robotics. Patrick, it would be great to know a little bit more about your work and how do you explore human presence and human representation through those art techniques.
Yes, now it's working. Hello, everybody. I'm best known for this type of installations where you have robotic. I use a robot as actors, and they all have a specificity that they make marks, so they react to reality by making drawings. But I'm not going to talk too much about that because we are here, and the physicality, well, that's another debate anyway. But to bounce off what you said about the community on Tezos, that was what was the big surprise, because in 2021 was to meet all those artists from everywhere in the world and created this kind of commune of artists with different tastes. And the collectors are also in the community, which is something that is very specific, I think, with NFTs, and perhaps NFTs on Tezos. I'm not familiar with how it is. You have this direct link with people, which is surprising because it's digital. And that was, yes, would you have another question?
I had a quick question because, Patrick, I remember your art when I first joined Tezos 5 years ago. I remember you were already there. And as an artist that exhibited in museums, has decades of career working with these robotic arms. You were at Art Basel last year, at Digital Art Mile with us. There are lines of people to get your portrait. But you also discovered blockchain and NFTs, and so you kind of you're that bridge between the both worlds. Maybe could you just speak a tiny bit to that as well?
So it came because of the pandemic. So my practice was based on exhibitions. So because they are installations, they are not easy to sell. I mean, not many people buy installations, so you get paid by fees when you exhibit. So during the pandemic, no exhibition, no fees, no money. And then the NFTs appeared, so I was looking at it, and the NFTs appeared on Tezos, and then we joined all of that. And for me, that until then, I didn't have a digital practice. Even if all my work is computer-based, I didn't. And it's during the first few weeks of ICAT-NUC that I developed this new side to my practice. And that was nice, because that really, the beauty of the digital stuff is that it's very fast and painless to make. There's no friction with digital stuff. Because with installations and robots, you will see when you come to the exhibition, it's different. It's heavier, takes time, and it's the same thing with painting. You have to send them. At the moment, I sold some paintings last month to someone, some drawings, and that's a month and a half that they are stuck at the custom in the States. It's impossible. No, so NFTs are great for that. This no friction thing, like for digital artworks.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Georg, who will introduce himself as well. So Georg is an artist and a researcher working at the sort of forefront and kind of intersection of human and sort of machine perception. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about your practice? You've also participated in the object residency, and you'll be shown as well later on today during the art show, which starts at 6:30.
Okay, thank you for having me. And yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit. This is one of the works. It's called Songs of Algorithm, and it's a network sculpture. And these are various devices playing together. You can instant it with your QR code, and then you are part of a network sculpture. And I like to use the human phones, the phones you own. I like my art being on your phones because it's quite an intimate object. We have our phones, we know where it is, and it's personal communication. And I like my art so I like it also on the big screen, I have to admit that. But I also like it to people have it on their phones, on their in their personal space. And that's a main thing about this work. And there are some other works. It's the Songs of Algorithm. It's called, because I think there's a combination between humans. Humans have songs, and I wanted to know what kind of songs machines would have. If they would sing to us, how would it feel? Because I'm quite interested in how our feeling, how our affects change through the machines. And so I try to imagine if the machine would do human stuff, like tapping back, tapping, or making a song. And that's where I relate to me, our bodies, and the data, and how we do together. What is the second skin of data? We are surrounded.
Thank you. I think we have maybe time for one question for the group, and then we'll soon be heading off to the art show. I'm just bouncing back, I think, on your point, Georg, about you like the fact that collectors have the work on their phones, that it's something that they have. Thinking about the future of digital creativity and what that means for collectors and artists, obviously, how do you think that NFTs and collecting digital art has maybe changed people's approach to art in general, now that it is something not necessarily, that stays in a museum, it's something they can take home with them, it's something they can have, display on a screen like a phone, display on a screen like a TV. I think it's often a question people have is, okay, I own a digital art. If they don't know anything about NFTs, what do I do with it?
I like the idea that they have it on your phone, because it's you can also have it on a screen. And many collectors have it on the screen also. But to have it on your phone, it's everywhere where you are. And you take your art somewhere, and then you think, you're sitting somewhere and think about your collection, and you can access it. And I like this. There's a very close relation from the collector to the artwork. And I think the relation between artists and the collector is also quite new in the NFT space, because it's a public thing. Normally I buy artworks, physical artworks, then I sell them, I give it to somebody, they put it somewhere, and there's no connection. We maybe sometimes talk, but with NFT it's public. It's a part of discourse, and many collectors talk about it, and then it's a social knot, this artwork, and that's what I really like about NFTs.
Brian, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure, there is a book I've been rereading recently called Relational Aesthetic from Nicolas Bourriaud, and this idea that art is meant to be a connection factor, right? And screens has been, criticized as disconnecting us from the world, but I do believe that screens and digital is a way to connect to the broader world in a way that we were not able to do so before. And I do think that, the internet is this third place, as it's been a lot of philosophical stuff that we'll not get into here. But yeah, pretty much this idea that connecting with arts through an exhibition, the audience or to the artist, I think is the new paradigm of creativity. Nowadays you can be creative not just through your artwork, but through the way you communicate with people, through the way you present yourself, through the way you sell artwork, marketing, communication, sales, all of those fields that tend to be intermediated, is no longer the case with NFTs, and this is both a new responsibility to artists, but also a new opportunity, I believe, to express creativity in a way that was not seen before. And even Nicolas Brouillot is very critical about NFT in general, but I believe that, in fact, this movement is very much in line with this notion of relational aesthetic, network art, some people call it in space. Yeah, let's not go into semiology, but it is something that I truly believe is the future of creativity, to the title of that panel.
Yeah, I just quickly, I know we have 3 minutes left, to build on that point, because we're talking about the future, and you mentioned, interestingly, networked art, right? Like, that is sort of the state. And the same way as, like, maybe 100 years ago, people were like, wait, photography is art? What? Like, no, it's just take a portrait. But then you had the photography fairs. And all of a sudden, you need photography reporters. And then all of a sudden, you have collectors, you have all these people who are interested in photography circulating around a certain place. But that place doesn't have to be physical. And I think that's where we're moving in right now is, we had Instagram launch, and all of a sudden there are Instagram artists that don't need gallery representation. They have their channels. And same thing that happened with blockchain as well. And different blockchains, different marketplaces working together to create these networks that congregate people who are passionate about it, and then it manifests itself at events like this. Or it manifests, and the beauty of digital art, it doesn't have to be a confined gallery space. It can be anything, because the beauty of digital art, it's not confined to a canvas. Like, a lot of artists work with art that can be a vertical screen, horizontal screen, HTML, they can do site-specific work, and I think those works are much more fluid. They can be accessed globally at any point of time, similar experiences for different people, and I think that is, the conflict is not like physical trad arts versus digital. I think it's just, it's that confluence, that fluidity that it allows to create spaces of shared connection and conversation. A lot of artists that we have are some of the world's best developers, people from Microsoft, from Google, in their spare time they create art, or we have artists that have traditional training, but then thanks to COVID, they're easily able to sort of like morph that into something new. It gives life. And I think that convergence of different journeys, it's what really makes us really excited about it.
So Alex has shared what she's very excited about for the future of digital art and art on the blockchain. I think I'd love to hear from the rest of our speakers. What are you most excited about? Patrick, maybe you kick us off.
It's a good question. In art in general, or in creativity? No, I think that, yes, this possibility with communities producing art like that, networked, it's very new and very interesting, perhaps. I don't have much more ideas on that. I'm not that excited nowadays.
Networked art, okay. Brian, we have about less than 1 minute left. So you have 30 seconds and then Gail gets 30 seconds.
I know I tend to go on monologue, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did some notes. I guess the merging of physical and digital this day has been very important. If I may promote the show that we have with Patrick. We're hosting an exhibition on Wednesday with 1inch, where we showcase the work of Patrick, but also the work of another artist called Laurence Vetier, Paul Mogino. And both of those artists have a physical practice that delve into computer art or AI or versus variety of digital art system. And we've seen with Art Basel, Hong Kong and Miami, that those artists have been producing more and more physical art, as we call it, new media art installation. And I truly believe in this idea of connecting further from digital and going back to that tangibility in this real life connection. That is really the convergence that we're seeing, and I think a lot of those artists as Patrick never thought about doing digital art before. I think a lot of digital artists never thought about making physical art, and this is a shift that is very exciting, and it's been going on for a couple of years now, I think.
Georg, to wrap us up.
Okay, I was always waiting for something like NFTs because I wanted to get rid of USB sticks, of having to print something. I just wanted to have a digital process. Just can it be digital? I don't want to have it on the screen. Everybody said, oh, the screen and the video is the work. And so I'm quite excited that this is there. And I want to experiment more with these infrastructures because I think that's the new way. The 60s introduced performance and changed art, and now we have infrastructures, and this will change the whole art world too, I think.
That's a wonderful note to end on. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on stage today, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Of course. I love how the speakers anticipate what I have to say. You're doing my job for me. Yeah. Brilliant. Indeed. Thank you so much. Very, very interesting panel. Thank you. So this actually concludes all the talks of this year's TezDev. I want to say a genuine thank you to all the speakers who gave their time today. A big thank you also to the teams at Trilitech and Nomadic Labs who made this happen, and a big thank you to all of you for being here. I truly believe that Tezos has a brilliant, special community, and I think days like this are proof of it. Now, the talks might be over, but as Alexandra said, the evening is not. So at 6:30 sharp, do not miss the beginning, Art After Dark will begin in the other room. As I speak, I think the room is transforming, and it will be an immersive 360-degree experience. As I said, it's organized by Art on Tezos, and I've been told that especially the beginning is something to watch. So go in the other room, grab a drink, get comfortable, and prepare to be mesmerized. Once again, thank you all, enjoy the rest of your evening, and see you next year.